Honourable members, I am reliably informed that he is in the custody of the marshals, so they are bringing him.
Copy for you. Okay. Oath of a witness. I,
Mause Hon Oliver Bakavomawo,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Mr. Bakavomawa, you are welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Our attention has been drawn to some posts in the social media. I will ask the clerk of the committee to give it to you to take a look at it. Please, for the record, you may please announce yourself.
Yes.
And if you are here in company of any other.
Ask permission to stand or to sit to be in proceeding.
Honourable member, please take a seat.
Dana Atudaze for With me, Victor Kojoga Adauda, Mr. Chasa Siedu, Dr. Jamal Tongzua, Kojo Bosom Pra Mensan, Selikan Donko for the witness.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The purpose of inviting the witness has already been stated, and you listened to it very clearly. We are in the process of giving him the said posts for him to identify first and tell the committee whether they are emanating from him.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, Nada Chulazi leading. Were instructed rather late in the day, yesterday, because apparently this document itself, or the process was served on the 28th, that's yesterday. Would have wanted to state our case in writing for the records, but it looks like the agency of the matter requires that we make some response immediately. Mr. Chairman, it is obvious, Honorable Chairman, it is obvious that the witness at the bar has been called in to explain or to produce evidence with regard to two statements allegedly posted on social media. Two of them, the first one is found in the first paragraph of the invitation letter. The second is in the second paragraph of the invitation letter. As I said, we would have loved to have responded formally for the records. But owing to the fact that this is a very busy committee, would make some remarks and hope brings this matter to a close, depending upon the decision of this honorable committee. But we want to draw our attention to the fact that at the bar here, next to me is Mr. Vomao, an organizer of Democracy Hub and a strong supporter of the democratic process. He served some time in police cells, in prisons, and generally we believe that he's a valiant warrior for democracy. Please. Now, we'll go straight to the second, particularly to the second statement allegedly posted by him, and clearly state that that statement is fake. He never wrote that statement. He never uttered that statement. He never posted that statement. That statement says, with your permission, that NDC members on the vetting committee take money from Mahama's ministerial nominees before approving them. The deputy speaker must submit himself to oral. This is not from Mr. Baka Vorma. And that's where we end that on our side. It's fake. Some preliminary investigation has shown that this statement appeared on, do you have it?
NPP for just Bureau.
Well, I'm just quoting, where is it? Yeah. there's a document, there's a post that has a title, without being partisan, just quoting, it's a MPP Projects Bureau. We can forward where the post appears. That's we have to search before we got there. I'm not saying that that's any partisan with any partisan interest, basically just factually where it appeared. So we would not want to speak to that. As I said, it's not us. The second one pertains to the matters in the first paragraph. It says, so, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, so all the monies the ministerial appointees are being asked to pay to the appointments committee just to get approved are those ones not affected by oral strange republic. The chairman, we want to say that, yes, this is a post from Mr. Vormer, which he put up on his Facebook, formerly Twitter, Facebook and X, formerly Twitter account. Now, the point about that statement, we'll just briefly state, is that it was not directed at the appointments committee in any way. It was completely not directed at the appointments committee, was only intended to expose certain matters and material that had come to his notice. Allegedly that some people are apparently on the back of the appointment committee doing other acts which may not enhance.
Honorable Counsel, from the statement,
yes,
did he use the word allegedly?
No, on a proper, simple, direct reading. It says, so all the monies the ministerial appointees are being asked to pay to the appointments committee. Our point is, who is asking them to pay the money to the appointments committee? Certainly he's not saying that it's the appointments committee. No. He said some people are doing that, just to get approved. Are they not the ones affected by oral? I would want to say immediately that, one, it was never his intention to make statements disparaging the appointment committee. One. Two, that the statement that we see is clearly, can be seen as a double meaning or interpretation, depending upon who reads it, but certainly not a matter attacking the appointments committee at all. Indeed, if it's anything at all to go by, it is a statement of a whistleblower saying that some things are happening. And we have passed a Whistleblowers Act in this country, encouraging people to say what they see and to tell what they hear. This is our country. This is our laws from this parliament. So I just don't want to go far, but just to say that with respect, the request for Mr. Vormer to produce the
Learned Counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
I always say that when the procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, you follow the procedure in exercising the right.
Very well.
The remedy available for the whistleblowers,
yes,
or the rights given to the whistleblowers is clearly by law.
Yes.
Is it through a social media post?
Not necessarily. But the point is, I mean, this is a citizen. And he has an obligation to expose, what he sees, just to be just an observer. So what he's saying, I think that under the general rubric of citizenship, he is expected to put it out, some liberty to put it out, and to advocate that that practice should stop. In which circumstances I would think that a person who comes forward to say that the Honorable Appointments Committee, their honorable job is being affected by some other person, third parties, it should be commended. Under the Whistleblowers Act, he probably will need some compensation for for services rendered, really. But I mean, without making it sound like on a serious matter, we're saying that this statement here and the way it's been put out, as though he intended to vilify this honorable committee, is certainly very far away from what he intended the post to be. And that the post was only intended to expose some misconduct by other third parties affecting the work of the committee. With all due respect, you only have to be to hold a public office to understand that this is a normal practice by people to take advantage of people in public office. As you do your job, and then other persons are probably, riding on their back. But we are not here to contend this particular issue. This paragraph, as I said, was written by Vormal, and he admits it. It's unfortunate that it's been subject to a second interpretation or misunderstanding of what is written. And as a supporter of democracy, he's really willing and prepared to apologize for this misunderstanding here, and also to withdraw the post. This is really why we are here. As I said, the second post is completely fake, and this honorable court honorable committee is entitled to investigate that one. But we will fight that one tooth and nail anywhere with it. The second one, we apologize if there's a misunderstanding or is it sending the wrong vibes down this appointments committee. Clearly,
Learned Counsel, I have a difficulty using the word misunderstanding. I say so because the words are very clear and unambiguous. I'm making reference to the one that he's admitting as the author. It says, so all the monies the ministerial appointees are being asked to pay to the appointment committee just to get approved are those ones not affected by ORA. So it means there is some evidence that the ministerial appointees are being asked to pay money to the appointment committee. This is an emphatic statement.
yes.
So let's deal with this. Then we can come to the statement that he is denying not being the author. We really want to get to the root of the matter.
Mr. Chairman.
Because this is being cyclical. Every vetting cycle, allegations are made against members of the appointment committee. And they make these wild allegations and get away with it. Learned Council, we may not always be members of this particular committee, because those who were members of the committee in the previous parliament, some are not members here. But what is it that every appointment committee is being tagged with bribery and corruption? We need to get to the root of the matter. I am reliably informed that the author of the statement is a lawyer. And the hallmark of lawyers, we don't make sweepy statements. We normally talk based on the facts. That is why we have invited him before the committee to just discharge the honorable responsibility of producing the evidence to substantiate the allegation. Learned Council, if he's here with an apology, then all the statements that you have given, for me, is not a sign of remorse, as you are saying.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, it's unfortunate to my intervention would appear to be undermining the honorable, thoughts for which we appear here today. Mr. Vormer, as I've indicated, said he made those, he did that post essentially for a purpose. That purpose, as I indicate, would appear to be read in another view. It is in this that he openly apologizes for that statement, but it is to put it in context, Mr. Chairman. That is why I explained the background, that basically it says that it's unfortunate that that interpretation is that which has preceded him, and it is for this that he wants to pray that he be given an opportunity to withdraw and to apologize profusely for the statement that is being reproduced here. That's what it is.
Well, I may want to take few remarks from the committee members, and then we'll decide on the way forward, starting from the minority chief whip. Honorable Anodon.
Okay, Chairman, thank you for recognizing me, and we welcome our suspect and all the council, and the senior council who I know quite well. I now have my turn to ask few questions, but this is just a clarification.
Parliament is all that we have in this country, and we must all protect and do everything to protect the image and standing of Parliament. I have personally participated in various acts to, show up, to create and show up Parliament. So I'm grateful for your comments, but I just want to indicate that but as counsel, I'm here as counsel, a counsel substitute for my client, but definitely I think that I would have erred on the side of caution, not to make public posts like that. As a general rule, I don't know much of the difference between Facebook and Twitter and other things, because it can be easily distorted. Yes, my client says that he did not author the second post. In absolute terms, that's what he says. These are my instructions. And we have the text, it can be produced to see where it appeared from. Absolutely. It would appear as though the second text is the way it is couched, is that has fueled the anger, if you may permit me, the anger and the irritation of not only this honorable committee, but also the general public, because that second post is tasteless. It's not right. So this is what I would say. Yes, I wouldn't, but this is his position. Right? It's absolutely not his doing. It's not his act.
I thought I'm sorry. If you are done speaking.
So, let me finish. So, you are giving two statements. Which one do you refer to as the first one? And which one is the second one that he is admitting?
The first paragraph, if you the invitation letter, the one that says, so all the monies the ministerial appointees are being asked to pay to the appointment committee just to get approval, and are those not the ones affected by aura? And I'm saying that yes, he admits posting it, but he said that it was intended for some other purpose. Okay. The second one.
Very well. So, may I find out from him whether the picture holding microphone to speak is his picture?
Yes, that is his picture. But we, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I see your picture is also on there. I mean, I'm saying that the publishers or whoever posted that, it's not him. It's on the background of what is that?
It says Ghana Today.
It's a poster by an entity called Ghana Today. He doesn't publish Ghana Today, and it's not his act. This is Ghana Today. That's the point about it. That, and we've said that we had to do some back check before we found where Ghana or the publishers of Ghana Today are. So we are sorry. I mean, I think that this is what has caused so much grief.
But I am just seeking a clarification, so that members of the committee will be clear regarding what he is admitting to have authored.
Yes.
So the one with his picture, microphone, and my picture, he is not the author.
No. Mr. Chairman, he's absolutely clear about that one.
And that is what is dated 25th.
Yes, 25th January.
Let me come to that.
It's dated 25th January.
So, is his attention drawn to it?
This one. Yes, our attention was, Mr. Chairman, our attention was drawn to this, and it took us a pretty long time before we could arrive at to find out this post. It comes on. Sorry. It comes on. As I said, I'm just stating facts here. It comes on a source which is entitled MPP Project Bureau. It's like a daily post they make on that particular document, publication. It's an MPP Project Bureau, if you do the scan. And it is on that for the day the statement taken out is this, that somebody has said, from our has said NDC members take money. But we have to do some real background check. We still want to continue with it to find out who are the actual publishers. And we will think that at the appropriate time, this will have to be investigated deeply. But definitely for today, we say that we apologize, first of all, for what we posted, which we said was intended for something else.
But did your client by chance know those responsible for MPP Project Bureau platform?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, my client has received some information about who apparently would have been posting or publishing the MPP Projects Bureau. But I don't think that we want to go that far. But we've given you this committee, that MPP Projects Bureau. Yes.
Learned Council.
Yes.
I'm towing that line.
Yes.
Because we want to really deal with the issue. Now, he is saying, I never uttered this.
Yes.
I got this from MPP Project Bureau.
Yes.
Now, his picture and my picture were used.
Yes.
And there was a statement thereon that he is saying that wasn't what he said.
So he didn't say it at all.
He didn't say that at all. Yes. Now, if my picture, his picture, is placed there, and there is a statement under it, Oliver Baka Vomawo drops bombshell, and he is not the author of it. We need to get to the root of it to clear our image, and whoever is responsible for this allegation should be brought to book. Now, I will give the floor to other members and to state that it will be in our common interest to ensure that whoever is responsible for this is brought to book.
Mr. Chairman, just before, if I may respectfully just say that, it is clear from this that this is a report. This document or that statement is a report that's been set out by somebody. It's a reported speech.
There are two things. We are apologizing for the post, but what we are not responsible for the second one. That's all we are saying.
Yeah.
We are apologizing for the post.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just we just want to declare that one,
Honourable members, order.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman,
Honourable members, order.
We want to make it clear that we are here respectfully to apologize for the post we made, but we are unable to apologize for the post we have not made.
Legal Counsel, on that basis, I agree we will appropriately give him the floor to do the needful. But we need to be clear. And once we are clear, I'll open the floor for two comments. And then we'll get to a stage where he will be given the opportunity to apologize and pull down what he is taking responsibility for. And the committee will go further to deal with. Honorable Anodom, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, can you off the mic, please, Counsel? Chairman, with your indulgence, I want to question the suspect, not his counsel. All my questions, I expect the suspect to answer, not the counsel. I want to lay that basis first. No, I want him to respond to the issues. No, I want him to answer my questions. He should answer my questions. Well, now, this is my first question. With the greatest of respect. No, I want you to.
Honorable members, let's have some order. Honorable members, let's have some order. Honorable members.
Good.
Honorable members.
Me.
Order.
Okay.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members. Once the witness is here with a lawyer of his own choice, why would the Constitution guarantee that right? Which right I must preside over its violation? I'm unable.
Chairman, it's okay. I'll proceed.
Very well.
To ask my question. Counsel, may I have your attention? I have your attention. You had earlier said that one of the posts is not or was not put out by your client. Yes, it was not. You said that?
I've said that repeatedly, sir.
Good. So, when did you realize this? When did this come to your notice? Wait, we'll get to that.
Well, yeah. Well,
I'm waiting.
Yes, I'm ready. I just wanted to know that ready. But it was the same day, with respect.
Good.
The same day, but after strenuous examination, investigation, you know, in the social media world, it's so wide.
So your client,
yes.
How often, and I'm picking my words carefully.
Yes.
How often does your client go on social media?
Every day. Every day. He's a social animal. He's a social media animal.
Chairman, respectfully, counsel is not under oath. And secondly, Mr. Vomao posted those issues on his account himself. So he's the right person to be answering those questions. Please.
Chairman, yes, you
I don't understand.
Chairman, if I have your permission.
Please, you have.
Okay.
He didn't do it. We'll get to the root of the matter. We'll get to the root of the matter.
You can get to the bottom of it. Chairman, with respect. Chairman, with respect. I've been following the proceedings, proud to get in here. I believe that since the gentleman who posted the document in question is here and is taking oath, all questions, as my respected colleague Boama said, must be directed at him. Council's responsibility would have to be to guide him and then come in on point of law where he believes that there's an issue of point of law, or there's the testimony is going in a manner that he would have to intervene. Otherwise, I don't think that it is council who must be answering questions and the man is sitting somewhere. So, Chair, sure.
Council, I want to put it to your client that the post that he says or claims to admit to was posted on the 24th of January at 9:25 p.m. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I've been instructed by my client to deny that statement.
He's on oath. Let him answer. Let him answer. He's on oath. It's okay. Allow him to answer.
No, with all due respect.
No, with the greatest respect, it is our position that let the man answer. Let him answer. Let him answer. Let him answer. Mr. Nanatwata, please let him answer. Please let him answer. That is the direction from the chair. Let him answer, please. Please get him the mic to answer the next two questions. Council, with respect, unless you do not want to submit to the chair, please let your client answer the question.
With the greatest respect, can I have direction from the chair? Because the chair made a certain statement. Now this is the second one. It said that.
Yeah, but what we are saying is that kindly, with respect. So I'm saying that this is coming from the chair. That please kindly give the mic to your client to answer the questions. On any matter of point of law, you can come in. Yeah, but he has to get There is a question.
As we speak, it's already in contempt of court, of Parliament. So this matter must be disgorged and hive up to the Committee of Privileges. We are not mandated. We cannot. So the present exercise, however preliminary it is, for me, it's a journey to nowhere. We can't make that determination. Our mandate under 217, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, is to vet presidential nominees and other. Please, can you? Yes. So this is not the privileges, with all due respect, my honorable first deputy whip. So the appropriate in terms of we are all people of procedure and rules. Let the committee that is mandated under our standing orders and the constitution be seized with this matter. They have jurisdiction to go into the merits of this matter. We can be invited as witnesses before that committee to bear witness either against him or in support of his case, whichever may be applicable. But as we speak, we are spending our precious hours to dealing with a matter that we don't have the mandate to deal with. So chairman, yes, I made the point that we have power to invite, we have power to put it to him that his statement is contempt of Parliament and of his committee. To that extent, a referral will be made by this committee, committee. Then when a report is prepared of that proceedings, then plenary itself will be seized with the matter and come out with whatever resolution will be made on the matter. So, Chairman, with all due respect, my prayer to you is that the questions that are being posed, the interrogations, the cross-examinations are all procedurally improper. In the interim, they are all procedurally improper. And we are struggling whether the witness should answer the questions himself or the lawyer should answer the questions on behalf of the witness. It is all part of the problems we have generated, because this is not a court of law. This is a committee of Parliament. And as a committee of Parliament, the witness has the power or has the right to appear before the committee with a counsel of his choosing. And that being so, under order 273(2), that being so, any question posed to him, the lawyer has the power to respond to the questions. The lawyer, that is why he appeared, the law permits him to appear with a lawyer. The law, please, can I, please. So, Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I think that the germane thing to do, the prudent thing to do, is to give this matter to the committee that is says with it. Then we can proceed with our mandate, which is to vet nominees who are supposed to appear before us. I thank you for the opportunity.
With respect, Mr. Chairman, just information. With respect, Mr. Chairman, just for information. No,
Learned Council, honorable members, let there be some order. Honorable members, we took a decision as a committee to invite Oliver Baka Vomawa to produce evidence to substantiate his allegations. All members, in coming before the committee, he has exercised a right to a lawyer of his own choice. And if I listen to the words of the lawyer, there is a categorical denial of one of the statements not emanating from him. They admitted a statement emanating from him. The statement emanating from him, Oliver Bakavomawo and the lawyer both agreed to render an apology to the committee. Honorable members, the meaning that I gathered from that is that whatever he has admitted to be his post, he doesn't have any evidence to substantiate it. That is why he wants the opportunity to apologize and withdraw the statement. So I believe strongly that we need to give him the opportunity and listen to the words of his apology. Then as a committee, we can pick it up from there. I so direct, with all due respect to the members of the district. So we want him to himself render the apology.
Chairman. Oh, sorry. Okay, so, Chairman, I heard your intro well. However, I insist, with the greatest of respect to you, that Mr. Vomawo should be allowed to speak himself. And the bases are not far-fetched. He is on oath. He is on oath. And it's not his counsel that is on oath. Mr. Vomawo, would you listen, please? My first question to you is, you have...
Honorable Whip, I invite members to make comments on the approach that they have adopted, but not question to him, because they are here to say that I am admitting this statement.
Fine.
The one that I am admitting, I agreed, I have heard. So we want to apologize. So that is what emanated from the council.
Fine.
So from the lawyer,
Chairman.
I am drawing your attention to what the lawyer has said, and to the effect that if you have comment on what they are saying, that they have admitted this statement to be their own, they have heard. Therefore, give an opportunity to him personally to stand before the committee and render his apology and pull down the statement. That is what I am welcoming comment on.
So my comment will be this. First of all, I find it strange. I find it very strange that all of a sudden you want to make an apology. Well, this apology is coming on the back of our invitation to you. And I put it to you that if we had not invited you, you would not have come out to apologize through your counsel. That would be my introductory remarks. Now, I want you to also appreciate, Mr. Vomo, I want you to appreciate. Mr. Chair, can I continue? When my colleague was speaking, we listened to him in silence. Yes, I want you to appreciate that this is an arm of government. Parliament is an arm of government. And you often go on social media to make all manner of comments. So at what point did you realize that a particular post was not attributable to you, and yet you stayed until you got an invitation from Parliament before you responded? Even after the invitation, you still went on and made further posts. Even after the invitation, you went on to make further posts. I am putting it to you that you have disrespected an arm of government. Your apology is an afterthought.
You have no evidence of the allegation you threw to Parliament and the committee, and you are just on a frolic of your own, just to disrespect Parliament and thought that nobody was going to do anything to you. You should be bold. As bold as you were when you were putting out the statement, you should be bold to defend your statement today, not to come here and give us lame apology. Be bold and defend what you put out. As a man, that is what you should be doing.
Well, honorable members, comment. Yeah. So I give the floor to Honorable Boma.
Chairman, this committee has the powers of a high court. Yes. And let me refer you to Article 1036, that a committee appointed under this article shall have the powers, rights, and privileges of the High Court. Kwame, I beg you. Rights, powers, and privileges of the High Court or a justice of the High Court at a trial for A, counsel, enforcing the attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise, and B, compelling the production of documents, and C, issuing a commission or request to examine witnesses abroad. That is unrelated to this one. So my comment, Chairman, is that the admission made by Mr. Vamao with regards to the post on 24th January 2025 at 9:25 p.m. and I quote, "So all the monies the ministerial appointees are being asked to pay into the appointments committee just to get approved are those ones not affected by oral ? Then the one that he's denying was also posted on the day after, 25th of January 2025, that NDC members on the vetting committee take money from Mohammed's ministerial nominees before approving them. The Deputy Speaker must submit himself to oral. Oliver Bakar-Vomao drops bombshell. He did not issue a disclaimer to that post to date. Chairman would say I shouldn't direct my question. He is before us denying the origins of this post, and this today is the 30th or 29th. 4 days after, he hasn't issued a disclaimer to this. He comes here to tell us that, oh, he doesn't know about it. Can this person be trusted? Look at it, Kwame. Look at it. Mr. Chairman, if indeed is the case that NDC members have taken monies from President Mohammed's appointees, let them defend it. If it's the case that you, Mr. Speaker, with all your reputation, and you chair the appointment, the privileges committee, you are being accused to the extent that if nominees appear before us, you put it to them. Ask them. Yesterday, you asked Honorable Omane Boama, you asked Honorable Ajekum, you asked Honorable Keneje whether they've spoken to you, whether you've taken monies from them, whether members of the committee have approached them for anything, and they denied. How fake and dishonest will be such a person who claims did not know the origins of this, and after over 96 hours, couldn't have issued a disclaimer to what he purports or not to have known anything about, Mr. Chairman. It is very, very sad and disgraceful for some of us to even pretend not to know the origins of this and to go and cover him up. I'm surprised. We issue disclaimers. Mr. Chairman, it is an afterthought on the part of Mr. Vomao, and he must be made to pay the price for his sins, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I had wanted to draw the Honorable to the invitation. It's a legal matter. A legal matter.
Friend, just hold it. Let me take the last comment from Habib. Please, 2 minutes. Be
All
brief.
right.
Be brief.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, mine is to just draw the attention of the suspect to the fact that and his counsel that the one he is denying the statement that the state subject
Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether I can intervene. I don't know whether my client is a suspect at this stage. Subject. I know
is a subject, not a suspect.
I'm sorry.
You see, Chairman, if you look at what he has admitted to having been attributed to him, that so all the monies the ministerial appointees are being asked to pay to the appointment committee just to get approval are those ones not affected by oral. The one he is denying is from a news agency, and it says Ghana Today, and the bottom they said Ghana's News. Media men and women are here, and the little journalism that I have also practiced. If you write something, because you wrote this on the 24th, they are reporting this on the 25th, and they are not, to quote you, there is clearly no difference within the two. Let me clarify. I'll clarify the difference. I'll clarify that there's no difference. The first one says that, so all the monies the ministerial appointees underline, emphasized by me, are being asked to pay to the appointment committee. Appointment committee emphasized to get approval. The one he is denying, that NDC members on the appointment committee, committee is comprised of both MPP and NDC. So if you single out, it's still the committee he's talking about. And then said money taken, and he said all monies paid to get approval. And he also said get approval. So when media men are reporting, you cannot say that this is not, you can say that this is not written on your website, like on your official Facebook page, but you cannot say or deny that this is not yours, because what you uttered on the 24th is what the media house have been able to write. And
Honorable Member, conclude.
Chairman, and to conclude on this, I don't know why the majority whip posted that way. And the Minister of Road, I think he still enjoys doing his web job. That it is about the committee. It's not about NDC MPP. If he denied this, now you are okay. But he should be bold to tell us that he is actually apologizing and withdrawing, and that what he said was wrong. Not only wrong, was not true. And he should be bold to tell us that it was not true, and said he will never do that again. So he should sin no more.
Thank you very much. I have listened to comments from both sides, but it is all coming back to what the lawyer is here to do on behalf of his client. Honorable members, even in court, when you are cited for contempt and a lawyer appears for a client with an apology, that my clients want the opportunity to apologize to the court, you don't go further asking questions apart from giving the opportunity for the apology to be rendered. So we are now at a stage where the floor must be given to Oliver Baker Vomawo to apologize for what he takes responsibility for. And it is a clear signal to Ghanaians that what he posted, there is no evidence to that effect, that the committee members have taken money or demand money from any nominee of His Excellency the President. So I believe where we are now, I will only give the opportunity to the ranking member briefly, and then move on to give the opportunity to Oliver Becker-Vomawo before us, so that we can listen to his terms of apology. Thank you very much. I'm shocked that he's even saying that.
Chairman. Thank you very much. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Learned Counsel, I would need you to make certain clarifications, and upon those clarifications, I'm sure we'll be able to put this matter to a peaceful rest. I understood you to mean earlier that you were apologizing on behalf of your client on a post made by him, and then of course you had a disclaimer on another one. This committee, as Roxanne had earlier intimated, is only here to make preliminary determination, which determination would enable the chair of the committee very same to the plenary. Then upon that, Speaker would make a referral to the Privileges Committee. However, before that determination, and I must say that at this point, we are trying to establish a prima facie case to mount that contempt application. However, if the subject is here to say, look, I am sorry, it ends the matter. There will be no need to make any referral. There will be no need to take the matter up at the plenary. So we put it to rest. Having said that, I need you to clarify, as I had earlier said. One, you introduced, and Leonard, before I get you to clarify, I need you to take note that certain matters that have already been introduced by you give rise to some inquisition. So in asking you to clarify, I'm giving an opportunity still for you, if you so desire, to put all strenuous matters that were earlier introduced to a peaceful rest, if you so desire. So one, you had said that your client was only a whistleblower, was being a whistleblower. To say your client is a whistleblower, meaning that he is exercising his rights in law, having come across an issue, and as part of his democratic rights and to enrich democracy, he has decided to blow the whistle. To blow a whistle must be founded on something. So, learned counsel, I would want the first point. Would you want to take away that aspect of your earlier submission to the effect that your client was a whistleblower? Would you want to take that away so that we can deal with? Would you want to withdraw that aspect?
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, it is the last thing my client will want to withdraw. It is the last thing my client will want to. He's instructed me. I've indicated that as a citizen, either by law or as civic responsibility, he feels obliged to draw attention by any means possible to ills or ill wrongs going on. This is a great institution of state. And my client says that he saw something, he heard other things, he was worried, so he came public. It is the obligation of every citizen, as a citizen, not necessarily by law or the Constitution, to speak out to wrongs. If in the process of articulating that wrong, there's an assumption that he'd erred, he says he's prepared to apologize. It doesn't write off what he said, he saw, or he heard. So, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, if I may just make a small point, with all due respect.
Mr. Atuata, hold on, sir. Please, have to sir, Nana Ato Dazi.
Yes.
Sir, all of us here, we come several generations after you in this enterprise of politics. At the time you served as chief of staff and even completed your tenure as chief of staff, I was still in school. Please. Sometimes the approach can get things out of hand. At this committee level, we have decided that if you are apologizing, then let us resolve the matter here. But sir, with the greatest respect to you, you had indicated that your client was blowing a whistle. I heard you. I wanted to give another opportunity by way of clarity, because in one breath you say you are apologizing for putting out a statement, and you're doing so because you don't have factual basis to put it out, or that there is no evidence to that claim. Look, if there is nothing to apologize and your client feels strongly about what he has put out, let us then proceed to refer the matter to the Privileges Committee, where he would have his rights in law to come and defend himself, so that we know where we are going. But if you now say that, oh, he is a whistleblower and exercising his constitutional right because he's heard something, he has to say something. Here, whatever that he heard, you and I know that in this country, Ghana, as particularly Accra here, people hear things every minute. Should we begin to be typing things that we hear? I've heard Kojo Mensah has done A, Adwata has done B, Amamansa is this. So we say that we are blowing a whistle. Then there will be chaos in the country. So, Leonard, with the greatest respect to you again, I know you are here on the instructions of your client. I'm asking you, would you want to take away that aspect of your submission which you condition on your apology, that he was acting as a whistleblower? Do you want to maintain it? Yes, no. I don't want to keep you.
No, please. We respect. We respect. 50 years at the bar. I'm entitled, with all due respect, to appear to understand the processes being here. Now, I was drawing, Mr. Chairman, I've tried severally to draw attention to the fact that we were invited here specifically to under Article 1036 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 14. That's it's stated here. This is why we're here. We have not been brought here under Article 124, which is the general realm of contempt against Parliament. Article 124 would have had the right, as Honorable Minority is saying, to explain everything. Now, I am worried for my client in the sense that this committee
proceedings. What we're saying is very simple. We've heard something. The committee has invited you. You have in fact given respect to the committee by appearing. The committee is finding out from you the posts. On this table, you have confirmed one post, you've denied the other. That is fair enough. Second, you are saying that the very post that you accept as coming from you, you apologize unreservedly. What we are saying is that to the extent that at this point you are rendering an apology, the matter dies and we put the matter to a peaceful rest. It doesn't travel beyond this table. However, in view of the fact that the very apology is laced with some conditions, we want to give you an opportunity again to then clarify. Because for me, if you maintain the position that, look, you were acting as a whistleblower and that you acted based on what you heard and you had reason to rely on it, we are both counsels. Reliance, was it reasonable to rely on it? In relying on a fact, would you end up hurting somebody's interest? The reasonability tests in law of torts that every student knows. At what point do you rely on a matter? No, let me finish with respect. At what point do you rely on it? The whistleblower law that you refer to, including your right therein, at what point do you invoke those rights? So I am just drawing your attention to all these matters to then invite you back to the earlier point. That are you saying that I am sorry, I shouldn't have posted this, let's end it here? Or you are now saying that you are a whistleblower, you've heard, and that as part of your democratic right, you have to. You, as a former chief of staff, knows all too well the effect of some of these statements on the reputation of the country and its institutions. You've been in government, you've been part of the national security architecture of this country, and you can tell the effect of some of these things on the very democracy that your client says is exercising his right under. I would want to ask, based on your response to me as a final response, I would then be able to confer with chairman, and then we know what to do. Are we accepting an absolute apology, unconditional apology, to put this matter to a peaceful rest? Is that where we are, counsel? So that we know what we are doing. Are we putting this matter? Chair, relax.
Chairman, Ato, one second.
Please, you don't have the floor. Let's let him.
So, Learned Counsel,
conclude.
Are you here with an unconditional apology on the ownership of the other statement? An absolute one, unconditional. Say so in clear language. Let's leave here. If you feel strongly about some other things that indeed you've heard and you believe that verily same is true and you believe that is your right and you have to express it, say so. Then that one you cannot be apologetic about it when you feel strongly that indeed your source is reliable. Then we can escalate. But as we speak, you are not before a committee holding contempt proceedings. No. We are doing preliminary verification, validation of what has come to us. So I leave the floor to you, guided by what I have just put out. Thank you.
Before you come in,
1 second.
Learned Counsel, when you raise the issue relating to Act 720, I brought it to the fore that particular law, the Whistleblowers Act, laid down a procedure for a whistleblower to follow. And it is definitely not social media, because action taken at social media has its own implication, and somebody who really wants to act as a whistleblower has a procedure to follow in blowing the whistle for a necessary action to be taken. So I thought the issue relating to being a whistleblower has settled by that statement made by the chair. So I do not want a situation where issues relating to a right under the Whistleblowers Act will then again be a subject matter of discussion. So if he is here to render unqualified apology, then we'll give him the opportunity so to do, so that we can bring this issue to an end.
Well, Mr. Chairman, first of all, let me apologize for my lack of clarity to this committee. Maybe that's what's led to all this. But I did say, right from the word go, that two statements were made. The second one, we rejected completely. The first one, we said, yes, we made that post but we gave a certain reason and indicate that if that statement appears or seems to have,
Counsel, with the greatest respect, as we sit here, very respected senior citizens of this country are engaging us. We were initially divided on this matter. Please help your client. It's not a matter of Leonard. We respect you. You know, it's because I'm sure he knows why he chose you. You are a respected counsel. This issue of if, are you rendering an unqualified apology? If not, let's close this matter. Are you apologizing and are you going to pull it down and all? Let's close this matter, because the speaker is of the view that we should manage this thing. And that is why we are managing. But you cannot continue. We give you the chance, 50 years at the bar, this at the bar. No, Mr. Nanato does it.
I would have protested.
No, you can protest if you want us to have a one. No, because I've opened the window for us to solve this matter. This is not an NDC MPP matter. No, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, with the greatest respect, I am. No. We want to solve. We want to solve it.
To be the author is the one that we are asking him to render can qualify that. He said, I am not the author of this particular statement. I am not the author of this particular statement. It is incumbent upon the committee to deal with it regarding whoever is behind the statement. So we are limiting him to the statement that he admitted to be the author. Unless he's ready to provide evidence of what he is saying, let's proceed. You render the apology, and then you just pull the statement down, and then we walk away.
Chairman, and also issue a disclaimer on that one. It's very important because the lawyer can only speak on matters of law. And Mr. Vomawo has all the facts known to him, and in whichever capacity he's seated there as a witness or whatever,
Patrick
all
Boma,
the facts.
Honorable Patrick Boma, this must come as an advice to him after he has rendered the apology. Then we advise him that once you said you are not the author of this particular statement, we expect you to really issue a disclaimer. And your disclaimer will even help the committee to take the person on.
No, but we are glad to do it.
So, Honorable Counsel, the floor is now being given to your client.
No, unless I'm, Mr. Chairman, with due respect, unless I'm ruled out to speak. But I'm here representing my client, and it's my duty and obligation to ensure that he doesn't run into any challenges which he's not entitled to be pushed into. If we want to, what we want to do is to ensure that we don't end up making statements which will appear to incriminate us and violate our right to self-incrimination. I will, in a moment, allow my client to make a response, but our point is that, yes, we made that statement, but we are saying that it was not intended.
Honorable Chief of Staff, are you doubting the integrity of this committee?
No, I don't know where.
So that is why we are giving you our words.
You're very well.
That, why?
Please. Listen, Mr. Obama. Yeah. Be cooler.
You have the floor.
Honorable Chairman and members of the Appointments Committee, I am grateful for the opportunity to appear before you to address concerns regarding recent posts on social media and subsequent misreporting or other ones that have been generated which has caused apprehension within the distinguished House. I want to begin by reiterating my utmost respect for the committee and its constitutional role and the job or task it has to vet persons to high office in this country. Yesterday, I watched the proceedings and was eagerly looking forward to the vetting of Dr. Manibuama, a man of enormous integrity and respect. I want to extend my apologies to him that his vetting process became the subject of, in some respects, overshadowed by conversations about an alleged post. I'm grateful that the committee in its wisdom has invited me and, in fact, also allowed the vetting to continue, which allowed Dr. Manibuama to show his grit and integrity. Mr. Chairman, yesterday, the second Deputy Minority Whip and Member of Parliament for Weja, Gbawe, the Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, read a statement which is being referred to as the second statement, which was repeatedly attributed to me. As has been said categorically, those statements were not mine. At no point did I accuse the chair of this committee or members of the NDC for having asked for or to be given money or to submit themselves to oral. It is in fact on record that I've praised the chair of this committee for his leadership of the committee during the ministerial vettings. And these were my comments, sir. May God grant us all the serenity and maturity of Honorable Ahiafo Bernard, for in the face of grave immaturity and tantrums, he retains the dignity, his dignity, To those of you who say he's weak for refusing to engage, I think that he has shown that strength is not loud, it is patient and deliberate. Mr. Chairman, I categorically dissociate myself from the comments attributed to me, and even from subsequent remarks that had been made by others that I was accusing certain members of this committee for corruption. The misinformation, as I said, was appeared on a Facebook post under one NPP Projects Bureau. In fact, there's evidence that 4 days ago when the post appeared, I commented on it as being fake. The same post found its way into platforms of various lawyers, and repeatedly I disassociated myself from those comments and said that they were fake. We're happy to provide the committee with evidence of same. Unfortunately, I must also address the claim that it is a notorious fact that he's a member of the NDC. In fact, I must say that the victory of the NDC, now everybody says they are NDC members. But this is completely untrue. I have not been a member of the NDC in the past, and it is my hope that my ideology, which has always been stated, I've always voted consistently for the CPP, and I will continue to do so. Mr. Chair, I want to, in fact, provide context and clarity to the posts that have caused consternation before the committee. In fact, when I was making the post, I was referring in many respects, yes, to information that I had, and also in particular to these types of allegations that come up often and that plague this committee and its honorable duty before it. The intent of the post was to invite persons who were reaching out to me in my inbox because of the work I do, that there ought to be a process by which they submit themselves to. Now, in my choice of word, in fact, if you look at the statement that was made, that have been shared with me, you'd see that the post has been edited several times because I'm trying to convey the right tone. Unfortunately, perhaps lacking the gift of the gab, I made the post in a manner that suggests that I was accusing specific members of this committee to this. And Mr. Chair, if you allow me to further draw the committee's attention to the real import of that post and what I was trying to achieve with it.
Please, there is no need reading the statement. We all have copies. So just proceed. Just proceed with your apology.
Mr. Chair, the truth is, despite this, I was in fact working on an article concerning this very issue. And that the context of the post were reflections that I were having in connection with so many issues that I found as part of my research. And if the committee would allow me, I'm able to provide that again, context and clarity. I say unequivocally, Mr. Chair, on Monday evening, I watched the current majority leader on City TV's point of view. He spoke about concerns he and others has raised in the past regarding improper approaches that have been made to the committee. I am aware that an ad hoc committee was set up by the House which found that because it did not provide documentary evidence of improper approaches, he should apologize. Today, he stands elevated among his peers. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Manasseh Azure published a book, The President Ghana Never Got. This was his words in the book.
Please, are you going to render apology? We are not interested in what Manasseh has said in the past. Please. Please.
Mr. Chairman, I crave your indulgence for context and clarity. I crave your indulgence for context and clarity as to why my post. In the book, Mr. Manasseh said, Muntaka never mentioned that the only cash that came to the appointment
Mr.
committee...
Oliver Baka Vomawa, are you going to do justification or you want to render an apology and we close this meeting?
Mr. Chair, I have no intention to lecture the committee. If the committee resolves that the context of the post is irrelevant to the commission, the question here, I'm happy to proceed as the committee has directed. Now,
proceed as the committee has directed.
Mr. Chair, I am saying here clearly that my post was not intended to disparage members of the committee, and I have not intended to say that members of this committee have received or demanded bribes from various individuals. At no point was my statement intended to communicate same. And for those reasons, I apologize. Mr. Chair, the reason why I have left the post on and not deleted it, in fact, I did contemplate it, was because I saw that the words had been twisted and that it became imperative, as I indicated, and the clarity has been brought to it. I'm happy to.
Sure. You are hereby advised to also do a disclaimer. A disclaimer of what you claim you are not responsible. Then we can pick it up from there.
Most grateful. I reiterate again categorically, and for all intents and purposes, as I have done 4 days ago and continue to do, that I have at no point uttered those words. All I know about the statement that appeared on an MPP Projects Bureau Facebook account. That's it. I don't know the source of it.
Thank you very much. You may now proceed to let us have copies of your disclaimer at the various platforms.
Most grateful, my chair. I'm happy to provide same.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the apology.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. To our friend Oliver, for me, I think what you've done, if you follow it through, it will help all of us, including you. So please proceed as you have said to do the needful. That's all about it. Thank you, Chairman. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Learned Counsel, your client, having apologized, is hereby discharged.
The patience and tolerance.
Thank you very much for attending upon the committee and clarifying issue.
Yeah.
My hope and the prayer is that the media would equally handle this, to use the word, with equal prominence as how the allegation was handled. Thank you all.
to generate national discussions across the country. Here at Egidem, in the Itiwa East constituency of the Eastern region, the situation is very much rife over here. Households are virtually at the expense of the illegal mining activities, with most of them right at the center of the Galamsey menace. We are going to the community to speak to some of the affected residents to find out how government and the traditional authorities can help address this problem.
Communities along the Accra-Kumasi Highway are under siege from illegal mining activities. The worst affected appears to be the stretch between Osino and Inyinam in the eastern region, with brazen mining ongoing across both sides of the highway. The mining has led to the felling of trees and the clearing of vast areas of forest vegetation. Excavators are then used to dig out the topsoil and subsoil. GhanaWeb's Eastern Regional Correspondent Michael Obete, on his way to Enyinam to assess the situation, listened in amazement as the sounds of shangfans echoed through the bushes along the highway from illegal mining sites close to the road. Enyinam, death-bathed illegal miners in Wellington boots roam the community close to the mining sites. Backyards and compounds of residents are pummeled by miners for gold, while government publicly touts its unwavering commitment to fighting the canker. The visit uncovered that the miners are digging the homes of aggrieved residents in search of the precious mineral. Several huge pits have been dug close to various homes in the community, with the pits left uncovered in compound houses and their backyards in the community. Osaberima Okoji Ebusuya Banen Dodu is a Enyinam Hene and chief of Enyinam. Speaking to GhanaWeb at his palace, he said that though indigenous small-scale mining had existed a long time ago, modern means of the illegal activities, including the resort to the use of excavators and other sophisticated equipment, began recently.
It's over 10 years. Before even I was installed as a king of this town, I've been a chief for only 3 years. And the mining of our land started somewhere more than 10 years now. Apart from that, we have the local one that we met in our childhood, the round one, the underground one. That one, we saw it when we grew. But that was the way at first they were mining on the town. Until over 10 years, excavator came in with a large clearance and then taking off properties, destroying of properties. So I've knew about mining over 10 years.
According to him, it was difficult to differentiate between legal and illegal miners, as all prospective miners to the community showed documents to back their activities. He expressed regret about the devastating effects of the menace on the environment, averring that the actors refused to cover the pits after their activities.
You will be in your farm and they will come and meet you there, tell you that this area has been demarcated for him to mine. So when we talk about illegal, sometimes we don't know the difference between the illegal and legal. Because all those who came were holding a paper. And we don't know the type of paper, and we don't understand the paper he's holding. He has to talk, he has to explain. Sometimes we heard he has to even invite the community. None of us were invited. They only came that they have people to come and mine.
The traditional leader further mentioned that farming activities have been reduced in the community due to the menace.
So, farming at Enyinam town has reduced because what they promised us, they didn't fulfill it, majority of the miners. And then the farming, both crop farming and trees and others, everything destroyed. We can't go there. There are holes, manholes, they have not covered the land. So for the past 50 years, some places are new. You can't farm there anymore. Okay. And water has also taken over the land also. So really.
The traditional leader expressed disappointment in chiefs being sidelined during the granting of concessions to miners, noting that there was a need for government to collaborate with them.
A great collaboration between the government and the chief and the miners. The duration of a miner on a land, the opportunity and the advantages and the disadvantages discussed before the person go to mine, so that he or he can fulfill the promise that he gave to them. Because they will tell you EPA is among whoever disassembly is among what is among, but they have been collecting money from them. After that, they will claim none. Only few has done the promise that they gave. So we all should be involved. The chiefs should be involved, plan with them. All the apparatus of the government departments should be involved. All those who are in charge of the mining should be involved.
In one situation, witnesses say owners of 4 adjoining homes voluntarily sold their properties to the miners who pulled down the structures in search of gold. What is left of the place is a huge pit partly filled with greenish water. In one of the affected households, residents disclosed to GhanaWeb that the landlord sold the compound of his house to the miners. Though refusing to speak on record, they provided a video recording of a heated confrontation between them, the landlord, and the Galamseyers over the destruction. Kofi Adams, a former driver, identified himself as a Galamseya. According to him, he opted for the illegal trade after realizing that his profession wasn't financially rewarding enough. According to him, the activity, which he has been involved in over the past 10 years, has enabled him put up a 3-bedroom apartment and made life comfortable for his family.
I'm here and driving them because of some good Galamsey. Many of them for Yambi and 2005. But none to count where you be kind of me. And then my phone cry, many of them on Henderson. And one of them ran a man. Galamsey to one. I'm a meeting with you. I'm a man from Moto. But you see, as a Galamsey, I'm Muslim Moguni. It's a man in Kobe. 3 weeks in the Tifia. They made the cry on your day. The Michigan Kaka say, the Richmond Gana Ban say, and the Omi into Nian Catas, Nian Kama, Nian Sunkola, Nian Bindi, because of Ceciano, Wakase, Operation Nian Yagalans and Nejiko number. But ye de Kumafo, ye didn't go Bokrono, because of Semikoboko is the same animal grassy. A boy.
Galamsey, we know how many years in
okay, I'm starting Galamsey almost 10 years.
And Obacasa Juma,
okay, past there for 10 years, you know. The Metimacasmania film is a Timaya Galamsey, Metim Daisy 3 rooms. No one cocoa. Metim Diaphragm.
Following government's renewed fight against illegal mining in recent times, Kofi says he's been rendered unemployed.
I'm going to see a crime bad about it. See a crime, I'm sending you a crime. When I'm here, my Friday, I'm going to 800. Because I'm saying, it's kind of the video. To see, I see a Pamapula in Sophia, we educated and so. They won't win my dear. Usa, and so before the cannon. What will we assess by winter?
Though he admitted that their activities destroy the country's water bodies, he argued that ending illegal mining would render most youth unemployed.
I didn't say in the credit, in sooner you to be any day, any moment in Kenya. But in Kibit, I'm a Gabwa, a Cardia, any moment boy. Because in sooner, no, I've been a Tete, Yan and Anamo, and one a sudden no, in the Solon of Mofras in the Union, and no one, and it is a time of camp on a feed in your. and one and I, yes, sir, and no cranny bukulem near near no, and no cramaya one day. But instead of say, champagne abano, and the moment I'm a problem about. The machine to me.
Mr. Speaker, the general public knowledge of first aid remains alarmingly low. In many instances, cultural practices and misinformation hinder effective emergency response. To cure this low knowledge, the Ministry of Health prescribed first aid education in first and second cycle educational institutions. However, the impact of this education is yet to be felt in our national life, as the immediate response to most medical emergencies by non-medical persons is always points to lack of basic knowledge of medical first aid response. Mr. Speaker, our creative industry that reflects our culture and practices could serve as an avenue for non-formal education on medical emergency first response. Unfortunately, useful tools like Ghanaian movies further promote bad emergency responses like screaming and pouring water on persons with sudden loss of consciousness in movies rather than the application of basic life support practices. Mr. Speaker, best practice models globally recommend simulation exercises in public buildings like this chamber and adjoining buildings, ministries, departments, and agency buildings, schools, and auditoriums, and other similar facilities. These simulation exercises simulate medical and fire emergencies and assess the first aid response and the time from incident to complete evacuation of these buildings. These exercises serve as opportunities to educate users of such buildings on emergency response and guide facility managers to improve emergency preparedness. The international best practices. Globally, countries such as Norway and the United Kingdom have achieved significant progress in pre-hospital care through comprehensive legislative frameworks, widespread public education, and robust ambulance services. Notable practices include mandatory AEDs, that's automated external defibrillators, in public spaces. The United Kingdom mandates AEDs in sports facilities, schools, and other high-traffic areas. National training programs. In Norway, all high school students are trained in basic life support before graduation. Simulation exercises. Regular drills in public buildings to assess preparedness and educate occupants on emergency responses have become the order of the day in these places. Sir Speaker, my recommendations for Ghana. I humbly submit the following recommendations for our country. 1, that we strengthen the legal framework. There is the urgent need to enact comprehensive legislation mandating the presence of automated external defibrillators in public spaces and requiring certified basic life support training for personnel in workspaces, schools, and recreational facilities. I call on the Ministry of Health to operationalize the Ambulance Council to regulate the EMTs and ensure consistent training and recertification like all other cadre of health workers do. Investment in the National Ambulance Service. Mr. Speaker, government needs to increase funding to the National Ambulance Service to procure additional ambulances and equipment to meet demand. The National Ambulance Service must recruit more paramedics and emergency medical technicians, offering incentives to encourage retention. They should expand training and deployment of the EMTs, particularly in underserved areas, and install first aid stations in high-traffic public places, such as markets, bus terminals, and stadia. Enhance public education. Mr. Speaker, enhanced public education is imperative. I recommend a national campaign to improve first aid knowledge, leveraging on schools, media, and community organizations. The creative industry must be engaged to promote accurate depictions of medical emergency responses in movies and in the media. Integrating some level of pre-hospital care with existing systems like the Ghana Police Service and the National Fire Service. Mr. Speaker, there should be the need to encourage both the Ghana Police Service and the Ghana National Fire Service to incorporate first aid responder emergency care or pre-hospital care system in their activities as pertains in other jurisdictions. These institutions are part of the network of practice in emergency medical services, thereby helping to improve response time to emergency response. Conduct regular simulation exercises. It is important to introduce mandatory simulation drills in public buildings to test emergency preparedness and educate users on evacuation procedures and first aid responses. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, pre-hospital emergency care is a shared responsibility. The survival of an individual during a medical emergency often depends on the actions of the first responder, who could be a passerby, a colleague, or a family member. By strengthening our legal framework and investing in the National Ambulance Service and educating the public, we can save countless lives and ensure a safer Ghana for all. Let us act decisively to make pre-hospital emergency care a priority in our nation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me also thank the good people of Lambuse for giving me the opportunity to be in this chamber. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, that is our first statement. It was quite lengthy. So I will urge all those who have statement with me here, if the statement goes beyond 3 pages, you yourself should find a way of summarizing your statement. Am I right? Yes. So henceforth, if you are bringing a statement, please, since we receive a lot of statements and per standing orders shouldn't go beyond 1 hour, we should make sure that the statement is crafted in such a way that it wouldn't take a lot of time, so that we can also get time for others to also do so. So on that note, before we will urge you to read our standing orders 93.5, as I invite members to comment on the statement. Yes, before then, let me listen to the Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, just by way of seeking your guidance, if we may, I'm aware that we have, I think, 1 or 2 more statements for the day. We have so many. So, Speaker, if we may just take one on both sides, so we can go to the next one. We have only 1 hour. If we may have to enlarge time for statements.
I'm here for the first timers.
Very well.
I can sit here for them.
Okay.
I will only truncate the process if the appointment report is ready.
It's ready.
Then we will take the appointment report. Then we go back to I just want to let the first timers have a feel of the
Speaker,
house.
in that regard, let's take 2 per statement. 2 contributors. That will be 4 contributors per statement.
Well. Let me listen to the.
Mr. Speaker, we are not opposed to that. I think 2 should be fine.
Well. So that is the pressure of the leadership. So yes, let me invite Professor Yensu.
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on this issue about emergency medical services. Mr. Speaker, since I came into the Parliament maybe about a couple weeks ago, I have gone around the entire premises, and Mr. Speaker, I don't see any emergency kits or any emergency services provided for us parliamentarians. I don't see AEDs in the bathrooms or in the hallways. And the other day, we also saw the former president's ADC, who fainted in the chamber, and the way the ADC was actually carted away was actually not per standard of care. So, Mr. Speaker, as a trauma surgeon myself, I would like to propose that maybe with your indulgence, that we have a committee that might even have an emergency services team so that we can walk the premise and see how best we can help ourselves in the room. I also have an agency that we teach emergency services, which is advanced cardiac life support, which is what happens when people are having a heart attack or a stroke. We also have the stroke care. That maybe we offer some of these classes to our parliamentarians, and not only just as parliamentarians, but the staff, as well as perhaps our drivers and maybe our house helps, so that in case one of us is in trouble, at least there's someone who can perform the first aid. Proper first aid leads to decreased morbidity and mortality, and all the studies have shown that. So for me, I'm concerned that we don't have those services available, not even an AED in any of the hallways. Should any one of us in this room have an emergency situation, I think that we probably may not make it to the nearest hospital. So we really need to look at that for us in this chamber and all of us in this House of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Is it Kede? Akwatia?
Abuakwa South.
Abuakwa South, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's a public health issue that the nation has been dealt with for a very long time. You realize that most of the cases that result in fatality are as a result of our ill handling of some of these issues. We are all at risk, like we usually put it, as it is well dated in literature. You realize that pre-hospital or access to hospital for some of these things is very lacking. We need a very enhanced and well-coordinated public education on the performance of some of these basic healthcare provisions. I want to believe that it was in relation to this that the erstwhile administration of the MPP began the process of procuring an ambulance for every constituency. This was to increase access to healthcare, because before the MPP came to power, ambulance administration was not something that was quite popular. Let's grant it without admitting that this was just a mantra. I want to believe that all of us are at risk. If you go to my constituency now, the ambulance may not be fully functional. I want to direct to the new Minister for Health that one of the key strategies to strengthening health systems has to do with pre-emergency issues. We all watch on television what happened to the ADC of the former president, and the way even Parliament itself handled the issue. It bears ample testimony to the fact that most of us do not have the requisite knowledge on the performance of these basic things. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself with the statement made by my colleague that it is important that we make a very coordinated and comprehensive attempt at educating the public on how to handle some of these emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. Yes. You mentioned your name and your constituency. Right. I would like to know you. So. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Emmanuel Kofi Intekuni, Pro West constituency. Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to collaborate the statement our colleague, Professor Bayo, made on the floor of Parliament. Indeed, pre-hospital care is a very important aspect of public care. And if serious attention is given to this aspect of healthcare, it's going to reduce mortality rate drastically. Conditions that are not supposed to result in death end up in that case because response time to emergencies is very critical. Most of the emergency cases, early recognition and early response to those emergencies will end up averting the situation. What we often see is poor management of the emergencies that we usually come across. And this is due to lack of public knowledge about minor way of handling these cases. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that most of the emergency cases do not need serious medical equipment or drugs. It's just simple maneuvers that will help to bring the patient back to life. Mr. Speaker, when I came here, the first day of our orientation, I happened to chance on an emergency case. And it was epistaxis, nosebleed. One of the staff here bumped into a glass and then started having nosebleed. And I was the only health professional around. And luckily, I knew how to handle this case. And it was properly handled before the medical team in the Parliament came and then took over. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very important that the public should be educated on how to manage these things. First aid training, especially for parliamentarians, is very, very important because we also have our relatives, our kids at home. Minor cases like choking and other things can be managed by us. So I urge the leadership of the Parliament to institute something like first aid training for all the parliamentarians. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. What is your background?
Health.
I'm
a physician assistant.
Physician assistant, okay, very well. May you put off your microphone? Okay, good. Is it Dapa? Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about health. Now, when you come to, I'm here for the good people of Afano Southwest. That is my council district. Mine is to do with the health sector. Now, when we come to Afano, for instance, our ambulance is not functioning properly. And I know definitely we might have similar cases in the House. So I may urge the new health minister, once we've done it before, across, we set a very exemplary life by giving or issuing every constituency one ambulance. And I'll be happy if there can be additional one ambulance to every constituency. So at least we can also combat the morbidity and then mortality rate of the good people of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So you've taken the 2-2. Is that not?
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
So, okay, honourable members, let me take one more. Let me use my office to take one more. Yes,
thank
my
you,
brother.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. My name is Philip Fifi Bachman, Kwesimintim constituency.
Kwesimintim, okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just brief. Mr. Speaker, I would want to commend the maker of the statement. He's done very well by bringing this to the attention of the House. I would want to add, Mr. Speaker, that our various educational institutions, especially the basic schools, should be made to have these as part of their curriculum, so that if we catch them young, knowing about some of these basic, pre-medical or pre-hospital, treatments, we wouldn't have issues carrying people to the hospital before they are treated. And also, our chief's compounds would have to be well-resourced. If so is done, because they are the basic points where if somebody has these minor ailments or sickness, they would want to go before they are referred to the hospitals. And lastly, about the ambulances. Yes, the good people of Kwesimintim constituency, Mr. Speaker, do not have ambulance. It is Efia Kwesimintim. And if you go to the hospital, you have one. And even the ambulances, to be able to access an ambulance, sometimes you would have to be called upon to provide for, fuel. So we will humbly pray that we take these, one, educational institutions, two, we make sure that our chiefs compounds are well resourced, and three, we make sure that in as much as we have provided ambulances, we provide the necessary logistics for them to be able to perform effectively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Then let me take the last one from Manson Kwanta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to add a few words to the statement made by my honorable friend. Mr. Speaker, the essence of pre-hospital care is to ensure timely and efficient life-saving medical assistance to humans. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the current setting of our country, you could have, let's say, one district with several towns that has just one ambulance, for instance. So if there are different emergencies happening at different locations, in my constituency, which is Manson Kwanta, we have about 70 towns with one ambulance. So emergencies, this is where the medical drones come in to assist. This is where the medical drones come in to assist. So we thank His Excellency for such a brilliant idea. Mr. Speaker, what I will add is we should look at similar ways to address this big issue. Some of them being mobile clinics. So like I said, some of these districts, wide in nature, not easy to access, we should have some mobile clinics across. We might not have all the resources, but at least some satellites across to be able to address and handle emergencies. We should be able to have some digital records such that a health officer somewhere can easily access the records of another person in a remote area. It shouldn't always be by physical means, because sometimes it is just not possible. So, Mr. Speaker, we should look at technology in addressing these, especially in our rural areas. And I believe this will help us to some extent, address the issue of pre-medical health, which is a big issue in our country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll bring... Yes.
Speaker, just to seek your guide again on this matter, are we including leadership in the numbers per each statement?
I'll leave it with you if you want to say something.
Yes, are you minded?
Because my position is that today I want to give it to the first timers.
Okay.
So if even you are here, you are a second timer or third timer, you have a statement with me, I will not give you the opportunity. I'm giving the opportunity to only the first timers. So if I had my own way, even leadership, you exclude yourself so that we get opportunity for.
Speaker, all good. It's just for the guide.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Member for Weja Bawe, I want to take your statement, but when is the World Leprosy Day?
Mr. Speaker, it was on the 26th, just this Sunday.
Okay.
Yes.
So we can take it.
Yes.
So I'll give you the opportunity to make the second statement.
Speaker, just for your guide again, but the honorable member for Wijagbo, it's not a member of the backbench.
But he's a first timer. But he's a first timer.
By virtue of his position, the standing orders are very clear that even if you are a first timer and by virtue of your position of leadership, you no longer belong to. but we are guided, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So can we waive that? So, honorable member, you are allowed. So you can.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is a statement by me on the World Leprosy Day. Mr. Speaker, my name is Jerry Ahmed Shaib, the Member of Parliament for Wejagbawe constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to deliver this statement in observance of the World Leprosy Day, which fell on the 26th day of January 2025. This occasion provides an opportunity to reflect on the progress made in combating leprosy and to reaffirm our commitment to addressing the challenges that persist. Mr. Speaker, leprosy, though treatable, remains a significant health and social issue, especially for individuals living in impoverished conditions. It is not merely a medical condition, but also a neglected tropical disease, NTD, and that perpetuates cycles of poverty through its association with disability, stigma, and discrimination. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has made remarkable progress in the fight against leprosy. In 1998, we exceeded the threshold set by the World Health Assembly for eliminating leprosy as a public health concern. This achievement has been sustained despite the detection of over 200 new cases annually in recent years, an impressive reduction compared to the over 1,500 new cases recorded annually before the year 2000. Mr. Speaker, this success is commendable and reflects the tireless efforts of the Ghana Health Service and its partners. Key interventions, particularly the strengthening of the National Leprosy Control Program, have been pivotal. Furthermore, initiatives to improve the welfare of individuals affected by leprosy have included, and not limited to, expanding LEAP enrollment. More individuals have been enrolled in the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty LEAP program, managed by the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection. Doubling the LEAP allocations, Mr. Speaker, the daily allocations under the LEAP program has been increased from 1 cedi to 4 cedis. The DACF allocations. Funds from the District Assembly's Common Fund have been directed towards building and renovating leprosy facilities, as well as providing consistent nutritional support for affected individuals in settlements. Mr. Speaker, the Leprosarium in Wejagbawe currently needs a kitchen to that effect. Ongoing district interventions, efforts to stop the transmission of leprosy in all districts are actively underway. Mr. Speaker, despite this commendable advancement, much work remains to be done to eradicate leprosy entirely and to improve the quality of life for those impacted, as we know. Since 2003, leprosy has been classified as one of the neglected tropical diseases, primarily affecting vulnerable populations living in poverty. Left unaddressed, it causes severe harm, leading to social and economic marginalization, Mr. Speaker. As members of Parliament, we have a duty to champion policies and allocate resources to eradicate leprosy in Ghana. I therefore urge the government to prioritize the following actions, Mr. Speaker. Increase the LEAP allocations daily, which is now 4 cedis, which we see as insufficient given the rising cost of living. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully call on the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection to review and increase the amount to provide sustainable support for individuals affected by leprosy. We also need to sustain food assistance via the DACF. Many individuals impacted by leprosy rely on consistent food support through the DACF. This initiative must continue and should go on without any form of disruption. Mr. Speaker, we also need to enhance health subsidies. The government should provide increased financial support to institutions addressing leprosy-related complications, including disability prevention and management. Mr. Speaker, we also need to expand the National Health Insurance Scheme benefits. The National Health Insurance Scheme should broaden its coverage to include comprehensive care for leprosy and other NTDs. We also respectfully need to boost funding for leprosy interventions. We call on the Ministry of Health to allocate additional resources to the Ghana Health Service to implement targeted measures aimed at eliminating leprosy and other neglected tropical diseases, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, The fight against leprosy is not merely a medical issue. It is also a matter of social justice and inclusion. Those affected by leprosy must not be subjected to stigma, discrimination, or economic disadvantage. As leaders, we must advocate for policies and programs that uphold the dignity, equity, and opportunities of all Ghanaians, irrespective of their circumstances, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the individuals and organizations dedicated to combating leprosy. I express my deepest appreciation to Father Andrew Neilante Campbell for his unwavering commitment to this cause. His work continues to inspire hope and serves as a powerful example of what can be achieved when we serve humanity with compassion. Mr. Speaker, I also commend the very good works and efforts of His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, the former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, who has strongly advocated for the welfare of persons affected by leprosy. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that in 2018, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia launched the Zero Leprosy Ghana initiative, which aimed to eliminate leprosy in Ghana by 2030 and has consistently and constantly donated to support the Weija Leprosarium in my beloved constituency and in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, let us use this occasion to renew our commitment to building a society where no one is excluded or left behind, where no one is marginalized because of a curable condition, which is leprosy. Let us aspire to a future where leprosy is consigned to the history books and every Ghanaian enjoys access to health, dignity, and opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I extend my gratitude for this opportunity and make this statement. May divine blessings be upon our beloved Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me first and foremost identify you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Othniel Ekokwenu.
May you speak up, please?
My name is Dr. Othniel Kwenu, and I represent the people of Ekumfi.
Please speak up. I'm still not hearing you well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my name is Dr. Othniel Ekokwenu, and I represent the people of Ekumfi. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement made by the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, in my submission, I would like to dovetail a bit more into the world of people living with disability, not only for those with leprosy. Because, Mr. Speaker, for many years now, we can see the strides Ghana has made in terms of reducing people living with leprosy. However, if you juxtapose that with those living with disability, you can clearly see that the world of disability, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But I'm particularly excited with his submission, especially on the allocations that are being made on the LEAP program, as well as the benefits that they get in terms of the amount. Considering today's cost of living, which is very high, I think the 4 cities, it may even be worth to even consider increasing it a bit more. Mr. Speaker, I think that also in terms of the District Assembly's Common Fund allocation to especially people living with disability, it may be appropriate in terms of today's Ghana and our cost of living to also increase the amount, as well as look at ways of improving access to those funds in terms of people living with disability. Mr. Speaker, before I come to a close, I want to also commend President Mahama for his initiative to make sure people living with disability enjoy free university education to make them also good citizens of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Yes, let me come to Abuaka North. Is it Ebuakwa North?
Mr. Speaker, is Ekuapem North.
Ekuapem North, I'm sorry.
And Mr. Speaker, I will be glad to welcome you up the hill. So it's Ekuapem North, not Ebuakwa.
Then invite me specially.
Mr. Speaker, we will. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to contribute towards the statement made by the Honorable Member for Wejagbawe, and also to further extend it beyond just leaving everything on the shoulders of government, but also inviting that of corporate bodies and well-meaning Ghanaians in the fight against eliminating leprosy. Once again, I also would like to extend it further to also situate it in the broader context on how people living with such diseases are marginalized in our society. If I take Ekuapem North, for instance, that's the only constituency with 2 special needs schools in Ghana, the school for the deaf and the school for the blind. Many a times, public places and institutions do not cater for persons living with even disability. Again, how they are also treated in public and how they are also sidelined in the decision-making process is also something worth taking a second look at. So as we talk about eliminating leprosy, which is also one of the neglected tropical diseases, I also would like this august house to also help support effort in making the situation of persons living with disability, at least, if not comfortable like ours, also for them to also have that decent living and support from all of us. And it's on this note that I associate myself and commend the works of even Father Campbell and Dr. Baumia for the effort that they have made over the years in moving beyond the stigma and supporting persons with such neglected diseases. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to also respectfully that you use your high office to help also champion the cause of the disabled and the special needs people in our country. In many of these public institutions, when you go, even the ramps for persons with disability to even get access to some of these high places, they are non-existent. And then also helping us fight the stigma associated with their condition. So yes, the Honorable Member from Weja has made this clarion call, but I would like to contribute further that we also consider the plight of these persons with disability as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Professor Bayo, you have spoken. Let me give the opportunity to the gentleman. No.
Thank you, Speaker.
I'll come to you. Let me give it to. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Your name and your.
I'm Thomas Anava, Garu constituency.
Garu, very well.
Yes, please. I would like to associate myself with the presenter of the paper for calling on Ghanaians and bringing to light the challenges confronting people with disability, especially the leopards. It is true that being a leopard, you have a lot of social challenges because of the stigma, and many people do not tend to associate with you simply because of the fear they have in contracting the disease. But my challenge is, why do we still keep having this neglectable disease spreading now? It is perhaps possibly because of insufficient information within communities that we have a lot of people with leprosy. So I would call for the Ghana Health Service and the Ministry of Health to intensify education in areas that we think leprosy is becoming more rampant and people are devolving it. I will also call on the government, just like they have called, to also increase the support they give to people living with disability, because in our communities, many of those who have disability depend on people like paupers begging around for every help, so that if they increase the District Assembly Common Fund, for which I know, and I have a lot of disabled people in my community, Garu, who told me they have not yet received their share of the District Assembly Common Fund because the government has not yet sent monies to the Assembly, so they are suffering because of that. Let's also ensure that the District Assembly Common Fund is sent very quickly so that they receive their monies early as possible to help buttress their inability. I'll move back to the subject that we dealt with regarding the ambulance service because it's dear to me. Dear to me because I live in a constituency that the government gave them an ambulance, but the ambulance has been broken down for almost a year. I had to buy an ambulance for the constituency. Meanwhile, we've heard of contracts being given for spare parts for ambulances packed, and we don't know where that money is, and we don't know where the spare parts are.
Honorable member, please. That is why.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, hold on. That is why at the beginning of the comment, I asked all of you to read 93.5. And if I'll have to read again to all of us, a member may comment on the statement for a period. Hello, honorable members, please listen to me. Honorable Stephen Amwa, please. May comment on the statement for a period not exceeding 5 minutes. My focus is not on that, and the comment shall not provoke debate. Please, those areas that will degenerate into angles of debate, please, let's eschew them. So, my brother, you may continue, but desist from that angle you are championing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance. The importance of ambulances to Ghana is well known, and I think if we go back to July 2019, there was a report of 70 women dying in Eastern region for lack of ambulance. Perhaps thanks to those deaths, unfortunately, at least we saw reason in buying more ambulances for Ghana. And I'll pray that we are able to get more ambulances to help in the pre-hospital emergency care. Just like many of the contributors said, early treatment would save so many people from dying and getting complications, especially somebody who is bleeding from an emergency, somebody who has gotten a stroke. If you get a stroke and you are able to get to a hospital within 1 hour, with a CT scan done, they are able to treat you very well, and 90% of those people will survive. If you get a heart attack, and you are able to get to hospital, get basic life support, and get to hospital within 1 hour, your chances of surviving is very, very high. So therefore, I would like to add to the call of my colleague that let's ensure that we get proper education to the general public. It shouldn't just be to offices. The National Ambulance Service, just like the National Fire Service is doing, go to offices, go to communities as part of their duties and train people on basic life support. That one alone can save a lot of people and a lot of lives in this country and a lot of complications. Also, we can also do what we call competition on TVs, because we see young people growing up in schools and the only clubs they join are religious clubs. There's nothing. You don't see anything regarding health. So I think that if we inculcate this thing in the youth, in the children, as they are schooling, they will learn how to do basic life support and then the rest. Also improving on the transport system and giving way for emergency vehicles to pass, because sometimes you see an emergency vehicle blowing horn and drivers don't have space to park for them to pass. So it will also call on the transport sector in the big cities like Accra, Kumasi, and Takoradi, and the rest, for them to create a special lane for those vehicles to be able to pass in case we have enough ambulances for the country. So at this end, I'll thank Mr. Speaker very much for allowing me to contribute to the debate.
Thank you very much. Now let me go to Odotobi. But honorable member, are you a first timer?
The Speaker made it clear that we should all be part of the first timers. And Mr. Speaker, I have an interest in this statement.
Okay, you let me finish.
Thank you.
Honorable members, as to whether a former leader as to whether a former leader can be classified as a backbencher. I mean, we all live to see. Yes, Honorable Member for Dotobli.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I associate myself with the statement made by Honorable Member for Weja Bawi. Mr. Speaker, from the statement and from what I personally know, a lot is being done, and for that I commend the Ghana Health Service together with all individuals ensuring that this disease would leave our land, eradicate leprosy. I also commend them for the gains they've made in terms of monies being paid, etc. But then there's one aspect regarding people with disability that is being disregarded. We have laws protecting them. We have laws prohibiting discrimination against persons affected with leprosy, not just leprosy, with disability in general. We realize that when it comes to taking care of their health, a good job is done. They're sent through rehabilitation, etc. But then we haven't gotten to the point where we have eradicated leprosy and a lot of these disabilities, which means that laws like the Human Rights Act, laws like the Disability Act, please let the backbenchers be heard, Mr. Minister. Yes, so we have laws that we are not making good use of. And I mentioned two laws in particular. One is the Disability Act of 2006, Act 715. The other is the Human Rights Act 1999, Act 584. At the end of the day, after rehabilitation, my question is, those with this, leprosy, for instance, they don't have the opportunity to go to school. They don't have the opportunity to enjoy other facilities as I and you would be enjoying. So I would plead with the authorities involved. The laws are already in place. We should make sure that persons with disability also enjoy all the other benefits that those of us who do not have disability enjoy. How often do we see ramps when you get to most state buildings, private buildings, other facilities? Most of the times, persons with disabilities would need assistance to open the door, to go up the ladder, or to go into the elevator. So these laws are not being properly applied. I think persons in high authority have to take note of this. My last point is on the discrimination in terms of the stigma that is attached to disabilities. We would have to do more education to let everybody know that once you have a disability, it does not mean that you are not one of us. It doesn't make you any less human than those of us here in Parliament or outside Parliament. We are not doing enough education. I think we are focusing more on the eradication, but we still have persons with disability living with us. And if we are not careful, we'll continue to have them living with us for a longer time. So let us begin to treat them with more respect, show more love to them, and apply the laws that have been made for their benefit, for their use. I'm very grateful.
Thank you very much. Is it a point of...
Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of concern, and I want to draw your attention to it. You saw it yourself, but maybe you want to gloss over it. After the induction, especially the new members, they've been taking through orientation as to how to conduct themselves when they enter the chamber. We had a second timer just cross in front of the maid. Mr. Speaker, like he's cross carpet. And this is not the first and the last time. So if you don't enforce the rules People will take it for granted that it's a normal practice in this House. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable. So if he has crossed carpet, he should announce it so that we'll give him a seat over here, so that we'll conduct a by-election. A second timer, you know, when they come and they are given ministerial position, they spend all their time at the ministry. They don't learn the rudiment of parliament. This is not the embarrassment they are causing everybody here. And Mr. Speaker, you saw it, and you were not happy with it. So let's begin our price sanctions. You were not here. So what do you want to speak to? When the incident happened, you were not here. Yeah. Go to appointment committee and vet nominees. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. We've taken notice of it. I think we will make appropriate announcement to that. Yesterday, I personally observed one, and I think we need to look at it. Once the maze is there, there's no way you can cross. Is it the bar? Clark? Is that you call the place a bar? Yes. Yes. So let me listen to you, my brother.
Speaker, I thank you. Speaker, I thank you for the uncommon opportunity Afajato South. And then I particularly, Mr. Speaker, I particularly wish to elect you for high praise for your relentless commitment to boosting the morale of those of us who are fresh in the House. We hope to step up the plate. Whilst at that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the maker of the statement, the respected MP for Wejak Bawe, and to fully associate with the statement made. Mr. Speaker, literature has taught us that a staggering figure of 200,000 individuals have been infected annually by leprosy worldwide. This means that 200,000 more people are made potentially disabled each year. 200,000 people potentially face stigma each year. And I think as a world and a country, we must rise up to the occasion. Mr. Speaker, of crucial concern to me is our pretentious attitude as Ghanaians. In Ghana, the only name that is synonymous to leprosy is Reverend Father Andrews Campbell. Even a child in my village knows him, and they'll be able to tell you this is the Lone Ranger, or the only person who advocates relentlessly for issues concerning leprosy. Mr. Speaker, Father Campbell is an Irish and a Ghanaian at the same time. The question is, what happens to the rest of us? We can do more. We are a people who are highly religious, and yet we do not show so much compassion when duty calls. I call on all of us, especially respected honorable members of this august House, to do the needful. And Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we cannot, and I say we cannot, say that we are unable to find reliable and sustainable sources of funding for this particular disease. It is possible. This one, I must underline that this one alone is possible. It is possible for us as a Ghanaian to find a reliable and a sustainable source of funding. Mr. Speaker, the stigma is another important aspect, and I think now is the time. We need to go back to basics right from our basic schools, right from our cultural setting, to boost education. Education is key in this respect, and I employ the House to take a stage in that. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm really, really grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you.
But you are part of majority.
Yes, on count.
Okay, yesterday I didn't give you the opportunity. I'll give you the opportunity. Yes.
Thank you.
I shall return.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will admit that I'm not a backbencher, but I have a special interest in this statement because in the past, the whole northern zone, lepers are housed in Pandai. And we have one of the biggest leprosarium in a place called Nkanchina in the Pandai district. So it is this that is giving me the encouragement to also add my voice to the maker of the statement to say that these are a group of individuals that need a lot of attention. And I'll urge the House and Ghana as a whole to acknowledge the role Father Campbell is playing in assisting these lepers. If you go to Nkanchina, I would say they have one of the biggest shelter properly built by Father Campbell and his group. And they come to their aid almost every time. And I personally, when I was here and when I left, I always made sure that I contributed my quota for the survival of these people. Mr. Speaker, we all know lepers. Even in the Bible, they were discriminated against. And how much more we, those who are not religious like those days. That kind of attitude is causing a lot of pain when you visit the lepers. And sometimes, like the maker of the statements rightly said, they are part of the people that we support with this leap. And how much is it, Mr. Speaker? 4 Ghana cedis. For an adult, a grown-up adult, 4 Ghana cedis is woefully inadequate. And the assembly is supposed to be those giving them some kind of support. But Mr. Speaker, I really don't see that much. I don't see that much. And I wish to place on record that we all make a call, a big call, to the district assembly to try as much as possible to take care of these lepers. Else, sometimes when you visit them, their cry is just too much. And like the maker of the statement also rightly said, the health insurance scheme, they should try as much as possible to extend whatever assistance they can when these people are ill, so that they can easily access the various hospitals that are available, free of charge, because they cannot do anything for themselves. Absolutely nothing. Sometimes when you see them, they are completely off. They cannot hold anything important. So individuals like this, if government don't come to their aid, it will be very difficult for them to survive. On this note, the maker of the statement, let me thank you once again, and thank Mr. Speaker also for the opportunity to add my voice to this statement. I'm most grateful.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I think the invitation is to all of us. We are all invited to champion the cause of disabilities in general. It is very important, the unfortunate ones among us, let's show love towards them. I think in this particular circumstance, let me mention one of us, Honorable Crementa Park, who has taken it upon himself to champion disability cause. So let's help him, and let's help all other members we come across who are disabled. I think we will have our blessings from that. Thank you, Honorable Member for Weja Bawi. So, Leader of the House, Leader of the House, should I continue with my course, or you want to make your statement first? I should allow you to make your statement first. First timers, I'll come back to you. The Leader of the House would like to make a statement, so I'll give the floor to him.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleague members of Parliament, since assuming office a week ago, my immediate attention has been on how to contribute towards the efforts of my predecessors and our Right Honorable Speaker, Sumana Alban Kingsford Bagbin, to strengthen the institution of Parliament by addressing the anxieties and concerns of members of Parliament when they fail to be re-elected or voluntarily decide not to run for office again. An institution is as strong as the individuals who populate that institution. Parliamentarians who know they are well catered for when they retire will be difficult to bribe and improperly influence. They can devote their attention to work and put up their best for their constituents and country. They will make Ghana great again. They can more adequately resist pressure from lobbyists and certain interest groups. So on the basis of that, I am proposing to this House for us to design a pension scheme that will cater to the needs of parliamentarians when they decide not to run for office again, or they run but they lose their elections and they are no longer here in this House. Mr. Speaker, it is a noble thing to decide to serve your constituency in this House, and sometimes people serve for a very long time. And in my instance, I was here since 20 years ago. I know of colleagues in this House who have been here for the past 24 years. And yet, those people leave this House without an adequate pension arrangements to cater for their needs so that they can live in dignity when they leave this House. There's a perception that we are all very rich and we are well-to-do. But many of you in this chamber know that that is far from reality. There are many of us who are not that well-to-do and haven't prepared very well before coming to this House and have had a difficulty throughout their stay in this House maintaining their constituencies and themselves. And yet, we don't have a pension scheme that caters for MPs when they leave this House. Some MPs leave this House and within months, sometimes not years, most MPs leave this House and within a very short period of time, when you meet colleagues outside this House, they are in a very miserable and deplorable state. And sometimes, whilst here, out of our meager resources, we will have to be extending support to our colleagues who unfortunately couldn't make it to return to this House. Some parliaments have mechanisms and schemes that they use to support parliamentarians. And so we are looking at establishing a committee of this House to look at all the available models of schemes that are used as pension schemes for parliamentarians when they finally leave this House. We have models in the UK. The UK has a Pensions Act, an MP's Pensions Act, which has a scheme that has a benefit package for MPs. It is drawn out of contributions from individual members of Parliament and then contributions from the Exchequer, and then they have different benefit packages for MPs depending on how long they have stayed in the House and at what age they have retired out of Parliament. We also have a model not far away on the African continent in Kenya. And Kenya also has a model that is partly funded from the state coffers and then contributions from members of Parliament. Here in Ghana, we want to establish a scheme, but we don't want the pensions of members of Parliament to become a burden on the taxpayer. And so we are proposing to design an MP's pension scheme that is going to be funded from carbon credits, revenues from carbon credit. We believe that the carbon credit market is one that has not been fully explored by Ghana. And so if we put in place the right infrastructure for carbon credit markets, and we put members of Parliament in charge of ensuring that all the policies and programs that enable Ghana to gain so much from trading in carbon credit in the international market, some of those revenues can go into the pension fund of members of Parliament. And because members of Parliament will be benefiting enormously from that fund, then all members of Parliament, including past members of Parliament, will become more devoted to all the measures that need to be put in place in order to deal with emission challenges, carbon emission issues, and environmental sustainability policies and programs, ensuring that we become a greener economy, ensuring that we diversify our energy sources, and ultimately all that would earn us more carbon credits. And in the process, we'll be gaining more money from the carbon credit revenues, and then with our commitment to put some of it in the pension fund of members of Parliament, parliamentarians will be able to retire on a very decent pension. Mr. Speaker, this is the proposal that I have for this House, and I want to move that this House considers and adopts this proposal for us to set up a committee which will study all the available options, bring us concrete proposals for us to set up an MP's pension fund scheme that draws resources largely from carbon credit revenue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Thank you very much, Leader of the House. Yes. This time around, I may invite members who are seniors. Not to say I wouldn't invite any newcomer, but this discussion is very inclusive. So let me give the opportunity to what?
Speaker, just by way of guidance, let's agree on the number of contributors. Yes, it's important. You just spoke as a freshman. Now you are up as a senior. Speaker just recognized you as... Okay, you've abandoned that. Okay. So, Speaker, because it's such a major policy statement, let me pray that we do 3-3. 3-3, yes. It's a major.
Well. 3-3, then I'll give the final to the leadership. So, Honorable Patrick Boama, let's start with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make some comments on the statement ably made by the Leader of Government Business and the Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, it's a good call from the Leader of the House for members to continue to discuss issues about their pensions. Mr. Speaker, in his statement, he rightly attributed the fact that the public out there believe that members of Parliament are rich. Yes, they have a right to believe so, because of the way we also carry ourselves out there. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it's also primarily because of the way our parties also organize our parliamentary primaries. The kind of resources we are able to marshal and mobilize to go and win primaries, the distribution of items, also gives credence to the fact that we are a rich class. Mr. Speaker, we also need to watch that. Mr. Speaker, the public doesn't even know that the car loans we take are deducted from us, our salaries, and our source, and that we make the right contributions towards the cars that we drive, and that the Member of Parliament pays his or her driver, and it comes from the same salary, unlike other Article 71 office holders who enjoy all those benefits, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the public also don't know that some MPs, right from day one, mortgage their salaries or their earnings, take facilities to undertake some of the projects or developments within the constituency. It is clear and must be known. Mr. Speaker, the leader has proposed a scheme based on the UK Pensions Act, or scheme for members of parliament, and also he's thinking on the lines of the Kenyan model. He's also proposing that we look at carbon emissions or carbon credit to fund ours. It's a matter of policy for the government to decide whether the government is going to support this policy, because to trade your carbon is a matter of the executive taking that decision. We as a House cannot on our own take that decision. It has to be a proposal from the leader of government business, who is not a minister of state, and I recommend that the President Mahama makes him a minister of state. He has done 40-something, so adding Honorable Ayariga as a minister to carry that weight to present a proposal on behalf of members of parliament to his cabinet to enable us have that backing of the executive to be able to trade in carbons to fund our pensions. Mr. Speaker, you know, former colleagues will come to you and ask for, I don't want to mention the amount, 200 cedis to buy their medication. You'll be surprised. And it's a very important call. We've been talking about these issues, but the action ought to commence now. And I'll commend the leader for making this very important statement, his maiden one and a weighty one as such. And I wish him the very best in the roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Let him give it to Honorable Samson.
Thank you very much.
This time I haven't heard the voice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to what the majority leader has put forward. And I want to, first of all, commend him highly. I can see that he's ready to work. Because for him to come out with this laudable proposal, I only pray that he has started very well. God will be with him to continue so that he will take care of the condition of honorable members. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Article 71 groups, the judicial people, when they go on retirement from the High Court, Appeal Court, to the Supreme Court, they all go on retirement on their salaries. As soon as a High Court judge is appointed, the state hired a driver for him, provide him with fuel, and so on and so forth. But same cannot be said for members of parliament. You are elected as member of parliament, and you have to employ your own driver, pay him or her from your meager salary that is given to you. When you go on retirement, you are at the mercy of God. How you survive, nobody cares. Mr. Speaker, so I think that this is very, very important, and it is timely that we look at this thing critically. And I'm sure former MPs who are here from time to time, our former colleagues come to this parliament, and you see their situations, their conditions, very horrible. Some of them even manage to buy their daily drugs. It's a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, even though we opted to come and serve, now it's becoming like a sin to offer yourself to serve as a member of parliament. Look, the whole of last 8 parliaments, our salaries were never increased. Our salaries were never increased. We have to live on the previous parliament salaries. And I'm sure non-parliament too is going to continue. As we are here now, we don't know how much we are going to earn in the form of salaries. So why should we be treated this way? So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should take this matter seriously, and that committee should be constituted today, to start work today, now, so that we'll know how much we're going to contribute towards it, and allow the state to also provide a seed fund, sort of, so that at least we are assured that tomorrow, if you are no more in parliament, there is something for you to live on. Mr. Speaker, I have been here for 20 years already. I've been here for 20 years, but I don't have any security. If I should leave parliament today, I don't have any security to guarantee how I'm going to survive in this country. So I want to commend Harry, the majority leader, for this proposal. All of us must embrace it and ensure that it comes to realization, so that tomorrow, today is not, you are in parliament, so you think that you don't need it. But don't forget, the way that you came here, in the same way that you live here. So let's all come together and then support this proposal, so that tomorrow, when we are not more in parliament, we can also get something to survive on. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and thank Majority Leader for this proposal. Let's all welcome it and accept it and support it, so that at the end of the day, we have something ahead of us when tomorrow we are no more members of parliament. Thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I saw a lot of people trooping in. Is it because of the topic? This gentleman just came in and he is on. Okay, you hold on. I'll come to you. But please, let's be guided. We are an arm of government. Let's fight for our own. It is better than to try to insinuate to other areas. Let's please focus on our path. Let's focus on our path and probably fight for our own. Yes, I'll come to you. Let's give to Honorable Kwaku.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what the majority leader put across isn't a proposition anybody would want to oppose. And when I listen to members who have spoken to his statement, we all agree that some form of pension scheme would be good for members of parliament. When the majority leader spoke, he did make reference to a committee, systems of reference, any reference to carbon credit, so that when a committee sits with the executive, they will be able to give us a way of financing it that is fair, a way of financing it that is fair, and that is consistent across the public sector. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me give our mother. Honorable Ladi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, but I could be called our sister. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my brother and then the leader of government business. Mr. Speaker, it is a very important and laudable statement he has made. And just as earlier commenters might have said, when you sit here, you actually do not see the situation as long as you continue to be an MP. It is when you meet some of our colleagues that reality will dawn on you. Some have actually died out of poverty. Some have had certain issues that are such that they cannot even come back to this house to complain. And one of my colleagues across the aisle said it. Some of these issues are created by ourselves. Because when you live a certain lifestyle, you try as much as you can to support those that are outside. Sometimes you go a borrowing to support them. Some of them believe that you take so much money or you get so much money. Mr. Speaker, take it or leave it. It is believed that we have money to the extent that, after all, we are supposed to do whatsoever is needed by our constituents and, for that matter, other persons within society. But it's most unfortunate. Our businesses, some of us, our businesses die naturally when we become MPs. Because once you put someone there to take care of your business while you are here, the person has found a gold mine. Excuse me. The person would have found a gold mine, thinks that after all you have the money, you can get it. Oh, let me go on. By the time this woman or this MP comes back, I should have put up a house, I should have a car, and I should have all the basic necessities that I think are needed, which is very bad. Mr. Speaker, I want us to note that even some constituents believe that we are giving money to go into elections. I can assure you, people will make these statements and you will be shocked. Whether primaries or general elections, we must make sure that we let this go out there that nobody gives another person money to go campaigning, whether primaries or general elections. And also, one big problem, our vehicles, the V8s that we have, people believe that we are giving for free. If you go to Parliament, you will get a V8. They do not know that our salaries are being used. As for fuel, oh, that one, when you go to any fuel station, you will just go and fill your tank and begin going. So what is your problem? We have coupons and we have even the power to go and say we should be giving fuel. Mr. Speaker, please, we shouldn't let this rest. We shouldn't let it be go to sleep on the shelves again. Just as my colleague has suggested, let us have, I will suggest that we should have a 7-member committee to look into this matter, make its recommendations, and ensure that we take it up. We cannot we shouldn't limit the sources of funding or where monies will be coming from. They should look at it broadly. Wherever monies will come from, we should be supported. So that at the end of the day, MPs will not leave this house after 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32 years, and then they go a-begging.
So, Mr. Speaker, once there will be many others who will be coming up, I will suggest that we look at this issue critically and take it up. However, the issue of our salaries should be looked at so that we will know what we are taking. If you are taking 20 Ghana cedis at the end of the month, you know what you are going to spend that 20 Ghana cedis on. But you cannot be living on foreign aid, and good luck. Sometimes you go a-begging, which is not the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Kojo Oponkroma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the leader of government business for the statement and the request that a committee be set up to look into this matter of pensions for members of parliament. The leader is showing that apart from a lot of litigation on the standing orders that he will be doing, he will also have a lot of interest in welfare. Leader, may you live long. Mr. Speaker, I think what we need to do is to allow the committee to go and consider the options. And as was mentioned by the Honorable Kweku Kwatin, refrain from tying the committee's hands in any way. Particularly also because the truth is that when it comes to matters of facilities or welfare of any of the arms of government, sometimes it's very easily misinterpreted. So I think we should allow the committee to go and do its work and come up with recommendations. But to the extent that some preliminary suggestions have been made on the floor, please permit me to disagree with some of my colleagues. This is an arm of government. Our conversation should not be about some other arm of government underwriting or supporting what this arm of government seeks to do. In fact, I dare say that our conversation should be that the matters under Article 71(1), when it comes to determining the conditions of service of a member of parliament, should rather be expedited so that there's clarity on what your compensation is as a member of parliament early enough, and out of that you take responsibility for your own pension arrangements. We are asking ordinary people, business people, civil servants to plan for their financial future and to take responsibility out of their own salaries for taking up whether life insurance policies or other things. So instead of worrying about which arm of government is coming to or should be invited to come and provide seed money or underwrite or support us, I think, let's leave it to the committee to go and do their work. But specifically because some of these suggestions have come up, I think we should be focused rather on urging the leader of government business and the government to inform the president to deal with Article 71(1) expeditiously, so that it's not at the end of your term as a member of parliament that your salary is determined and then made as a lump sum paid for you. How are you going to pay your premiums for your pension? Rather have it done expeditiously. Then you as MP, you know clearly that your salary is 4,000 or 5,000 cedis. And if you are underwriting a pension scheme and you are paying your premium for it, you know how much you are deducting and paying. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a good request by the leader, but I think we should let the committee go and do its work. And I think that we should focus as a House, as members of Parliament, on getting our conditions of service right. And out of that, we pay our premiums and get our pension. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, once I see Honourable Collins Dowda, I'm duty bound to call him. He's the eighth or ninth offer. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my support to the statement ably made by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, the statement is proposing the setting up or establishment of a pension scheme for members of parliament. And when I listened to him, he said those about 65 years. Therefore, I cannot but support this important statement. Indeed, the statements that have been made are all very, very good. But let's not belabor it. It is too good to attract protracted debate. The maker of the statement says that a committee should be set up to look into the nitty-gritties of it. And then a report will be generated for the whole House to take a look at it. Mr. Speaker, I wish I had made a member of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I make this request because I have been in this parliament before. I'm still here, and I have the experience of being a member of parliament. I've been out of parliament. I have the experience of being out of parliament. Mr. Speaker, if we are out of parliament, the baggage that you carry when you are a member of parliament, if you are not lucky, outside parliament, you say carry that baggage. There are constituents who get so attached to you that they will never let you go. They will come with their school fees. When their relatives die, they will come to you to buy coffins, to bury their relations for you. So, if this pension scheme is established, it will cushion any member of parliament who exits. And so for me, I would plead with Mr. Speaker to bring this debate to a close and get the committee established with me as a member of the committee, so I can guide very well the experiences of a member of parliament and as a non-member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, and I urge you humbly to allow the committee to be established. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me give the opportunity to a first timer who, for obvious reasons, is also part of the group. It's like Honorable Collins Dada started from 1993 and is still here. So let's also get the side of someone who has just entered. So, Honorable, is it Mahama?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And let me also commend the Leader of the House, the Honorable Mahama Ayerga, for that insight. Starting on that note means that there is hope for those of us who have just joined. We will be cared for, will be looked out for, and then our welfare would be actually be considered by the House moving forward. Mr. Speaker, the issue about pension for members of parliament couldn't have come better for me. And as a newcomer, I've started feeling that life is not going to be easy if I'm not able to have a secured pension after whatever tenure I have served in this House. And the leader bringing this up means that we need to take it seriously, except to say that, associating with the point made by Honorable Koku Kwaten, that we should leave it open and a committee can be set for the purpose of determining the financing without prejudice to Order 262 of our standing orders, which provides for ad hoc committees. There is also a committee of the House Committee, which deals with matters of welfare of members. Order 222 of our standing orders makes provision for that. And I would think that we should rather defer the issues about the welfare discussion, including the pension, to that committee as a standing committee of the House, so that it will deal with that matter exhaustively, whilst we leave the financing bit to technical members of the House to help us with. So this is my submission on that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
You see, you know why Honorable Anodompe is running into the chamber? Yes. Let me listen to, you are part of leadership, so let me listen to Honorable Suhini, then I'll come to leadership.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement made by the Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business. Mr. Speaker, I wish to first of all commend him for this laudable initiative. Mr. Speaker, however, I wish to remind the House that in the 8th Parliament, this same conversation was had on the floor, leading to you, Mr. Speaker, who was in the chair on that day, to instruct that a committee be formed for a similar tax. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the 8th Parliament died without any action being taken. Mr. Speaker, I can understand why perhaps little action or progress was made after the conversations which led to you instituting a committee. Because this conversation is a tricky one, especially for 7 members of Parliament. The assumption out there is that as members of Parliament, we are entitled to free fuel. We are entitled to free electricity. We are entitled to free water. In fact, we are entitled to free vehicles and free drivers. That's the expectation out there. And on top of that, we are paid huge sums of money at the end of every month. That is the perception out there. A perception that is very, very difficult to confront. In fact, we are even told sometimes that we are fed breakfast and lunch, full chicken, when we work here. Mr. Speaker, perhaps it is because I have had cause to say in private discussions that if you are not naturally a giving person, if you are not naturally one who is willing to share whatever you have, it may be very difficult for you to succeed in politics, especially African politics. And so it becomes difficult for people to understand that the MPs desire to share the little that they have doesn't mean that they don't have. It does not sometimes illustrate their desire to make sacrifices. It rather points to a non-existent abundance. Because naturally, people will want to keep what they have for themselves and their families. And so if you stand as a member of Parliament, and maybe by nature, by your upbringing, you are prone to giving, and you give so much to society, it is forgiving and forgivable for society to begin to think that you are giving that much because you have so much, when the reality is that it is just because you have elected to serve. And so it becomes an embarrassment in some cases, even when you fail to serve. And so whatever you will do within your limited resources to serve, you do it. Mr. Speaker, I have said that sometimes the lifestyle of living 7 members of Parliament can be likened to, figuratively, a pipeline that transmits water into your house. The pipeline is deceived into thinking that it is full of water until the GWCL locks the tap. And then it realizes that it is just a dry pipe without water. And that's what happens to many members of Parliament when they leave this place. In the course of serving, Because of the opportunities that you have here, you may begin to even feel wealthy and look wealthy. But once that tap is locked, then the reality dawns on you. And like our senior colleague said, the reality only hits you, the one who feels it, not those who have been dependent on you, because they continue to think that you still have that opportunity to serve. And it is true that we have all faced it in our lives. You meet members of parliament, and sometimes the shameful request, I call it shameful because it is demeaning of their status, that they make of you will get you thinking about your future in this house. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the leader of government business and the majority leader that it is an important thing for us to do. And I hope that this time around, the committee will perform better than the one that was set up during the 8th committee. I'm confident that the leader of government business will lead this and champion it and ensure that it is done. Contingent, especially on the years of service that one may have, done in this house, contingent on age at which this pension can be accessed, and also contingent on, different sources of funding, including the contributions of members. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I agree with our senior colleague, Honorable Collins Dauda, that enough of the talking. Let's set the committee to begin work. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let me come to leadership. Honorable Attorney General wants to say something or no report, Secretary. NP. No report, Secretary. Yes, Honorable Minority Whip, I guess you were a member of the defunct committee.
Speaker, did you say defunct? The former committee? Yes, I was. I served together with the new road minister. I served with him. Speaker, thank you for recognizing me, and I wish to comment briefly on the statement made by our respected leader of the House. First of all, it will not be out of place for me to join colleagues to commend the leader for showing the way, except to say that we started this conversation in the previous parliament. Respect to you, leader. The conversation, we had it, myself and the former whip, is something we've been talking for a very long time with the blessings of the Right Honourable Speaker. To the extent that Parliament had to finance a trip outside the jurisdiction for us to learn of best practices. I think Kenya and Uganda. So we came back with some absolute feedback in terms of what we can do, especially to contextualize the concept because of the unique happenings we have in our country. And I'm proud to say that the report is ready. There's a lot in that report. Probably we will have to give the majority leader a copy of that report so that he can apprise himself. I want to humbly suggest that it's a shame we are having this conversation at this time. We are, from all the parliament we've had, and if you look into the Hansard, you see that this is not the first time we are having such conversation. The question has always been, how do we break the inertia to be able to make do of the intention? The intent has always been good. And we've always followed through to it. We've spoken to it a lot. We've lamented enough of the problems. Speaker, I won't go far. Just here, Burkina Faso. I was privileged to have met a number of legislators from that country. And I was amazed at how comprehensive they've been able to put these things together. So oftentimes we have pride ourselves first to sign a number of international treaties, first to sign a number of democratic endeavors. But these things have eluded us for far too long. And I can only commend the majority leader who, for the fleeting period we've had working relationship, he's shown some good class. Except that the chief whip is not. We are hoping that the other matters that they have to attend to, I'm hoping he will make good use of it. And we can feel the impact of my good friend, the chief whip. So this is a very, very important matter. Again, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Speaker, Kenya, UK, Uganda, the experience is there. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Again, at Uganda, we were amazed. Speaker, they passed the first legislation, they practiced it, they amended it to incorporate differences. And now Uganda have a whole secretariat dedicated for members of parliament pension scheme. And when we heard them as they made presentation to us, the volume of premium that they've been paying over the years, it will beat your imagination. It will beat your imagination. It's not too late for us to start the process. And more often than not, when these matters come up and we speak to it, we become a punching bag of the public. No. There are other professions in this country who have pension schemes. So what we are doing is not anything untoward. The teachers have their pension scheme, or the doctors, other professions who have their pension scheme. Members of parliament is long overdue. We have to come together and give meanings to this good interment and turn it to a reality. Enough of the lamentations. Yes, the last parliament, Speaker, anytime we have to remember any of our members have passed on, that the matter of welfare and pension will always come in, where we'll speak, we put on the ashes and tear our clothes and lament enough, and yet we go to sleep. This day, we should change the action lines and give all the support and turn it to a reality. And this will be, leader, this will go as a feather in your cap. Of course, all of us will take pride in it, but you have blazed the trail and led the way, and all of us will follow suit. We in the minority will follow you and make sure we get this thing done as planned. So, but the point you made on carbon credit, I find it quite interesting. I don't know if it's something that it's worth considering though, but there are other school of thought, there are other experts who say that because of the motion we had to go through as a country in the determination of the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, there are protocols that are established for the usage of the carbon credit fund. However, it's for us to decide as a House and communicate same to the executive. We are the controllers of the country's purse. If it is so decide, we so decide that in the interest of us and the interest of the representatives of the people, funding from the carbon trade should be rededicated to the welfare of members. Some portion of it should be rededicated. I think it's a welcome news, and it's something we have to look at. Speaker, having said this, I know there was a proposal for the formation of some member committee. I don't know what the pleasure of the majority leader is. If it is about 6, so we will know. Should we be, if it's 6, 2, 4, that's fine. I don't know what the criteria is, but I want to humbly suggest that on matters such as this,
it will lead to legislation. Because when we back this with legislation, then we'll be properly guided in how the fund can be assessed when one's opportunity comes to benefit from it. Mr. Speaker, even the United Kingdom that we borrow nearly everything from, they only began in 1987. And with what they call the Parliamentary Contributory Pension Fund. And after the 2010 Constitutional Reform and Governance Reform Act was passed, they then brought what they called the Parliamentary and Other Pensions Act, Constitutional Reform and other regulations, and made it effective in October of 2011. So that is the regulation that governs the pension fund affecting their MPs, both the lower house and the upper house. Mr. Speaker, in Kenya, interestingly, Kenya began it before the UK. Kenya actually passed the first legislation sometime in 1983, and assent was given to the law in 1983, and the law became effective in July 1984. They subsequently, in 2012 and 2020, brought amendment to that legislation, and as recently as August last year, in 2024, they passed the amendment to bring some improvement to the law, so that, for instance, the office that handles the processing of the pension won't do so more than 60 days. They have only 60 days to process benefits when they are due. That's what the legislation. Because one of the problems they were having was that when members are entitled, it took so long for the benefits to be processed. So the amendment was effected to the law to limit it to less than 60 days. Then, Mr. Speaker, you want to look at Tanzania. And Tanzania has a similar legislation in what they called the Political Service Retirement Benefits Act 2020 Cap 225. That legislation also mandates the Tanzanian government to pay benefits to MPs especially and other political office holders when they serve a minimum term of 6 years in office. Mr. Speaker, I scan other countries, and Canada also has a similar legislation. Mr. Speaker, under the Canadian regime, they are what they call MPs Retiring Allowance Act 1985. And under that legislation, any MP who served in the Canadian Parliament for 6 years or more is entitled to benefit from that fund. And what the law also does in Canada is that you can actually take an early benefit under the fund, especially when you are 55 years or more, and you have served 6 years or more in the Canadian Parliament. So these are pieces of legislations that can guide the committee that will be mandated to handle this matter and bring the report. Mr. Speaker, so with these words, I'm empowered by my leader to propose the following names to constitute the committee. The Honorable Collins Dauda, of course, will be a member. Yes. The Honorable Samson Ahi will also be a member. Then we are including 2 first-timers from our side, also gender balance. So the Honorable Ataisa, the member for Sanarigu, will also be a member. Then our sister, the Honorable Millicent Yabua Amankwa, will also be a member. Then the Honorable Suhini will also be a member. Then from our side, from the minority side, will be constituted by, of course, the Chief Whip, the Honorable Stephen Amwa, as well as Dr. Kabiru, my brother. So Honorable Frimpong, what's the membership? No, you have 3. Four. Okay. Then also Honorable Frimpong Ado Frimpong will also be a member. So, Mr. Speaker, if we have your blessing, these are the proposed members of the committee, and because we are also to not leave out our former MPs, we are considering maybe appointing a former member of parliament to serve as a consultant in some way, so that the views and interests of members who have, who agree, two former members. We'll review. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, once we agree on how many former MPs will include, will advise the name, so that this committee will be properly constituted to immediately move to deal with that matter. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity, and once again, Leader, thank you for bringing this matter to the House.
Honourable members, I think we will have to thank the Leader of the House to revisit this particular issue. Like Honorable Suhini said, last year, or the 8th Parliament, within one meeting, we paid tribute of, I think, 8 or 9 to our former members. 9 members of our former members of this House, we paid tribute to them just within one meeting. And that actually signaled us to look into our work. Because at times, you listen to how they all pass away. Some of them are just basic things that they couldn't afford. And that is why we decided to look into our own welfare and how best we can at least satisfy ourselves when we retire from this chamber. So, Leader, let me thank you personally for revisiting this particular issue. And I think the previous report is there. They can just revisit it and add it to your committee and probably see how best we can quickly address this issue. I don't know the committee if we have to give them timelines.
Speaker, we want to give them an initial time frame of 60 days. 60 days. And we'll advise. There's an existing report. So we'll advise them with their terms of reference.
6 weeks.
And we also,
6 weeks.
Okay, 6 weeks. 6 weeks. 45 days. 45 days. Then we are also proposing that the Honorable Collins Dauda
be the
chairperson of the committee. Yes. So 45 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Speaker.
So,
yes.
Honorable Collins Dauda's committee, we are expecting a report within 90 days. Honorable Collins Dauda's committee.
Yes, it will be called the Collins Dauda Committee.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence to draw attention to a creeping development that I've noticed in the last 2 days. And if we don't address it, it may fester. My leader is one person that I've admired here, He's always been apt with his dressing. But over the last 2 days, I have seen he's not been properly dressed. Yesterday, he addressed this house dressed the way I am without a necktie on it. And today he's appeared the same way. I took a lot of cue from the way he dresses in this house. There are new members of the house who may follow suit. So I just thought I should draw your attention to that so that you can put it right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Whip.
Speaker, I thought I had a friend in my honorable member. In fact, we are related so well. This surprise is indeed surprising. However, Speaker, I will encourage my colleague to up his sense of fashion. I will encourage him to up his sense of fashion. Speaker, I am spot on.
Very spot on.
In fact, I have a dependable wife who always directs me in terms of what to wear to this house.
Very, very spot on.
And I have my able lieutenant.
Very, very spot on.
So I can understand him. He has been waiting for too long. The news is not coming.
It is coming.
He should keep to prayer. He should be praying and be fasting. The news will come. And Speaker, he should take a cue from the Honorable Ahmed. When the Honorable Ahmed's name had not been mentioned, he kept to prayer and fasting.
And we helped you.
And eventually, the Honorable Ahmed's name came out. In fact, I sympathize with him a lot. He has been waiting for too long. And there are no signs. So, you should probably take a cue, and I'm sure for your dedication to this house, all of us are aware of your hard work on the Finance Committee. I'm not sure His Excellency the President will gloss over you, except that you have to keep to prayer and fasting. So I invite you to rule him out.
Honorable Dongo, well noted. You are concerns.
I'm sorry I have to do this. It's not about dress code, dress sense. It's about dress code of the house.
Yes.
It is our dress code.
Your concerns
so
is well
it may
noted.
be nice if you wear it outside and you look funky, but when you come to this house, we have a dress code.
Honorable Adongo.
It's not about fashion.
Honorable Dongo, I'm saying your concerns have been taken notice of. So I mean, we will revisit this particular issue. I don't think we are going there.
Mr. Speaker, we are not going there. I just wanted to draw the attention of the honorable member for Bolga Central that it is not every shirt that you put a tie on.
Honorable member.
It's not every
honorable
shirt
member.
you put a tie on. So that is look, this is a tunic shirt and you don't put tie on it. It's not every shirt you put a tie on. And he's properly dressed. The minority whip is properly dressed.
Honorable members, we will discuss this later on, please. So, leadership, any indication? Should we continue with my backbenchers? You are second time.
The chairman of the Appointments Committee.
Tomorrow.
The chairman of the Appointments Committee wants to lay some report, the 8th report, and then come back and take.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I intend to lay the 8th report, move the motion for the 8th report, and then come back to move the motion for the 7th report.
Why? Why do you want to move the motion for the 8th report before the 7th report?
Right, Honorable Speaker, a decision was taken, and will resort to a negotiation, and that is being changed.
So that's the decision of the appointment committee?
That is so.
Okay, very well.
That is so. So the report for the 7th is being changed. A small correction is being done.
Then kindly give me a copy of the 8th report. I don't have the 8th report. You people don't go. Yes.
Speaker, with your leave and indulgence, just to find out from our respected leader of the House on a matter that was raised on the House floor by the minority side. Such matter relates to some concerns we have with the Ablekuma North election. I think back and forth, the leadership had been charged. Would you listen, please, with all respect? Leadership had been charged to follow up and to apprise members in due course. I know the majority leader has followed up and he has some news because our backyard is curious, very interested in knowing what the outcome is. May I seek your leave for the leader of the House, based on earlier engagement we had at Conclave, to carry the House along what has been done so far and what is left to be done so that we can all be carried along duly. Speaker, thank you.
Very well. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have some reports that I will present to you of the situation in relation to Ablekuma North. If you recall, last Friday, we had some unpleasant developments in the chamber, and the issue turned around the question of the declaration of the results of Ablekuma North constituency parliamentary elections. I promised colleagues that I will go into the matter and see what we can do about it. Mr. Speaker, I spent the weekend actually investigating and engaging the various actors. I went to the regional police commander. I spoke to the persons responsible for elections on the side of the NDC, and I tried to reach out to some people at the EC. The issue that was raised in this chamber by our friends on the minority side related to some claim that the court had ordered that the police should go and provide armed protection to the Electoral Commission so that they can recollate the results of Ablekuma North constituency parliamentary elections. I have cited the court order. There is indeed a court order that is supposed to have been executed before or on the 6th.
Sorry, ordinarily I won't do this. leader just made a statement that the court order was to recollate. No, it was to complete the collation.
Honorable, let's at least once he flows, we will get to know all the.
The Speaker will respect it for the record. It's important.
Yeah, so it was to complete the collation of the results of the constituency, and the police reported to me that indeed they went to the constituency, there were issues, so they relocated the coalition exercise to the Regional Electoral Commission office. The process continued, and they collated all the results except the results of 7 polling stations, and they needed the presiding officers to come and authenticate scanned pink sheets that both parties had agreed should be used for the collation exercise. 5 presiding officers turned up. They confirmed that the scanned pink sheets indeed were scanned pink sheets that they had actually produced. Somehow, one of them raised questions about an indication on one of the pink sheets that there were 3 rejected ballot papers. And the NDC side said, well, if the presiding officer is raising questions about some figure on the scanned pink sheet, then they will not accept the inclusion of that pink sheet. And so that led to some scuffle, and the police decided to postpone the completion of the exercise to a future date. So as we speak, 3 polling stations' pink sheet results have not been included. The pink sheets are scanned because both sides and the Electoral Commission don't have the original pink sheets. The results of the 3 polling stations put together can swing the elections in favor of either side. The results of the 3 can swing the election in favor of either side. NDC could win or MPP could win. So it is crucial to take a decision on the 3 polling stations. They fixed a date according to the regional commander. He prepared his men to go and then supervise so the Electoral Commission will take a decision on the 3 and decide whether they are including them or not. They received a call from head office asking him to hold on because there was some engagement going on at a higher level. They didn't tell him at what level. So the police have always been ready to provide protection to anybody who is responsible for putting together or collating the results. There's supposed to be some dialogue going on. So I need a little more time because I want to go to the Electoral Commission, meet them and find out exactly what is holding them. Now, there was another allegation that the parliamentary candidate of Ablekuma North was attacked. I don't want to use this word in the chamber. For the PC of the NPP was attacked. So when I inquired from the regional police command, he said that there was no such attack on the parliamentary candidate of the NPP in Ablekuma North. In my presence, he placed calls to the regional crime officer who said he didn't receive any such report. They called the district crime officer, he said he didn't receive any report. We asked him to check from all the police stations within that constituency to see if such a report was made to any of the stations, and it turned out that there was no such report of an attack on the parliamentary candidate of the NPP in Ablekuma North. That is what I know for now, and I have conveyed the message to the Minority Chief Whip, and that is what he wants me to report to the House. I promise you that I'll go into the matter, and that is why I'm going into the matter. Just to say that this House, as you know, has no mandate to go into electoral matters. This House has no mandate to go into electoral matters. All I can do is to try to ascertain the facts and report to you what the facts are. If the matter relates to the conduct of the police, then we could have invited the Interior Minister to, answer questions why the police is not complying with a court order to provide protection. But it is not the police. The police are ready at all times to provide protection. Indeed, the police co-opted the prison service, the fire service, the immigration service, all the services, they mobilized them in order to have the necessary troops to be able to provide whatever protection is needed. And so the police have done their work. The only issue is that 3 outstanding polling stations, and there's some dialogue going on. Let's just give them some time and see how the Electoral Commission resolves the matter. That basically is what I have for the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader. Yes.
Speaker, not to belabor the point, safe to say that, let me appreciate the interventions of the Leader of the House and also add that as a suggestion, probably it will be appropriate if the Leader works hand in hand with the Minority Leader. And also to appreciate that, yes, indeed, our locus in this matter, in terms of law, is limited. However, it's to show leadership. And colleagues, we have to understand that what has happened at Ablekuma can happen to any of us. They are simply shepherding the process and to ensure that what is right is executed eventually. In conclusion, I think Ablekuma, there are lessons that can be drawn from genuinely be drawn from Domi Kwabenya, where on a number of the polling stations, pink sheets that were destroyed, the Electoral Commission used scanned copies. These are lessons that leadership can help, not to dictate to the EC, but also guide, so that eventually the EC can navigate and get these matters resolved. But just to commend my leader and to plead with him to carry the Minority Leader along this path of ensuring that we have a good guidance and navigate properly. So I thank you for the indulgence. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Other people. Honorable members, let me invite you to page 2. Page 2, item listed 7, presentation of papers. So let me invite the chairman of the appointment committee to present the report of the 8 report? Very well.
Yeah. 8th report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nominations for appointments as ministers.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. They are to be distributed to honorable members. Are we taking the motion of report 8 or report 7?
to be the Minister of State in charge of special aid. You listen to what the gentleman said that is vetting. It tends to me that Kojo Jekum will be more of a utility player in this government because its assignment spans through several ministries. He will be working with the Ministry of Rural Development in urban and rural areas. Mr. Speaker, that has been one of the key challenges that we have faced as a people. I mean, I have had accident on this Accra and Sawam stretch, so heading to Kumasi. And if we had a reliable railway system that would transport people from Accra to Kumasi, from Kumasi to Tamale, I think that is going to ease a lot of pressure on our routes, and it's going to help transport not only persons but goods. So I was impressed with his response when it came to issues of railway development in urban and rural areas. He's also looking at the labor export program. Of course, that will be overlapping with issues with the Ministry of Labor. He's looking at green transition policy. And under this government, we have seen the president appoint somebody responsible for green transition. We have seen the president appoint somebody responsible for environment. So I was wondering what the Minister for Special Initiatives will be doing in the areas of green transition. But we live to see, and we wish him all the best. The Speaker, he also talked about infrastructure development for electric vehicles. This is something that is new to our system. I've seen offices now develop ports for electric charging for vehicles and all of that. And it's one area where I am hoping and urging that the president of the day, the president of Ghana, looks at. But the Speaker, it's instructive to also appreciate that the person involved, Emmanuel Kojo Ejekum, is a diligent man. Having served with him on the Western Housing Committee of this August House, I developed a good working relationship with him, and I believe that if he is to take that attitude to that ministry, it's indeed going to help him, and it's indeed going to help his ministry, and indeed going to help the state. The Speaker, I wish him well in that area. I listened to our sister Linda Obiniwa Akwele Oklu. Of course, she tends to be the minister designate who spent the least time with the committee. And it goes to affirm commitment, it goes to affirm diligence in this house. Of course, we monitor each other. And when you come and you spend 10 hours with the committee, it tells you what the Ghanaians will say, Osuka Obany. So clearly, the minister's short time clearly indicates diligence in this house, and that at the committee level, they saw virtually nothing wrong with that. But I would urge to look at issues of sanitation. Mr. Speaker, I have lived my entire life in the capital of Accra, and one of the well, I have lived in a community called Adedenko, British Accra. Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges we have had in central Accra has been issues of sanitation. I mean, issues of disposing of waste has been a headache. And I'm praying that as a minister for Greater Accra, minister responsible for the Greater Accra, the capital of Ghana, she does a lot more to improve on issues of sanitation. Mr. Speaker, for Mr. Kenneth Gilbert Ejay, the Minister Designate for Works, Housing and Water Resources, he did excellently well when he appeared before the committee. The Speaker, he spoke about the preparedness of the role of the Minister for Works and Housing and some of the challenges that they face. The Speaker, I'm particularly interested in issues of what we call sand winning. In fact, that has been a challenge in this country, and how the state is addressing these challenges. Of course, along the coastal lines, we have had challenges. At a point, members of the Works and Housing Committee had to travel to cater We had to go to Aflao just to experience for ourselves the difficulties that our compatriots face in these communities. But I would urge the minister, if it's approved by this House, to consider looking into some of the costs associated with that area. I mean, it's important for him to review and see if the mega resources that will be allocated to him can do more. That said, we saw the challenges in the last Parliament. We saw the challenges that the Minister for Works and Housing faced with the finance ministers of Ghana. If you give them less resources, they will do less work. And I'm urging Honorable Atufosin, the Minister responsible for Finance, to release more monies to the Ministry for Works and Housing. Yes. So it's important.
Honorable member, please address me.
To ensure the effectiveness of the ministry, and to ensure that the President's vision for issues of housing and works is seen. We release more monies to them so that they can also improve on our housing facilities in our country. With this,
erosion problems that we have. The nominee was very emphatic that at least coastal erosion management was capital intensive, and knowing the tight fiscal space that this country is facing, he is thinking of exploring other funding sources like PPPs in order to be able to achieve that. And I think that is a laudable initiative that he's bringing on board to ensure that he's able to carry out the mandate that has been assigned to him. Also, being a former deputy minister, I think he's learned a lot on the job as a deputy minister, which, if he's able to carry along to bring onto his new role as a substantive minister, will help him to discharge his duties fully. But let me remind Honorable Ajay that we also have a lot of drainage issues in our constituencies, and I know he's going to be approved, and when he's approved, he should consider us. We'll be knocking at his doors that so that he could be of help to us. Our sister Linda, we all know, very cool, collected, and in fact, the fact that she spent less time attests to the fact that the House, we all accept her as somebody who's qualified for the job. And I would therefore urge my colleagues that we should all rally behind the report and then at least approve the nominees just as has been recommended by the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then I'll urge my colleagues to all rally around and then we'll approve them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, Kofi, Honorable Kofi Yaman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice for the approval of the President's nominees for the various ministries. But as it is often said, charity, they say, begins at home. And so I will start with Kenneth Ejay, who happens to be my constituent, comes from my constituency. Besides that, he's being a deputy minister of defense. And so it is always appropriate for me to start from home. The Honorable Kenneth Ejay, as a deputy defense minister, I believe distinguished himself very well. When I assumed office as a deputy defense minister, there was not a single day that somebody raised an issue which was negative about the Honorable Kenneth Ejay. If you look at the questions that were posed to him and the answers he gave, it tells of a person who is ready, a person who is served, a person who has gone through the mill and ready to assume higher position. I have no doubt at all that the Honorable Kenneth Ejay will go to the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources to distinguish himself. In Achuma Kwangoma, we always do and give all the best. He's been brought up well, and he has been taught how to serve. And so I have no doubt at all that my brother will go to shine. Yes, he has a responsibility to go to the ministry to lift high the banner of Achuma Kwangoma. We from Achuma Kwangoma will support him and will do everything to make sure that he succeeds. Mr. Speaker, one question which was posed to my brother had to do with the provision of accommodation, in fact, not just accommodation, but decent accommodation for our security agencies. It's very important that we look at the provision of befitting accommodation for our security agencies. In fact, in most cases, when you go to, let me use the Central Police Station. If you go there and you see where some of our security agents are sleeping, honestly, you ask yourself if indeed sleeping in such places they can really wake up the following morning and give of their best in protecting the citizenry of this country. And so his preparedness to work to ensure that he does provide decent accommodation for security agencies is something that I believe most Ghanaians will support. And it is something most Ghanaians will be looking up to, because we need indeed to give our security agents the best and decent accommodation. With regards to the erosion of our coastal areas, my brother made a point that because government kitty is not too huge to support some of these expensive projects, he will do what it takes to explore other areas to see if we can get the needed capital to go into some of these capital-intensive projects. I wish my brother well, and my prayers and the prayers of Achuma Kwangoma are with him. With regards to the Honorable Linda Oklu, I served on the Agri Committee with her. She's always been the quiet type. She's always been a mother. She's always been a nice person. And so I was not surprised that she had barely 10 minutes at the vetting. The list, as my colleague Ansa said, it tells the kind of relationship she's been able to build in this house. One thing I'll ask my sister to also avert her mind to has to do with congestion in the central Accra area. I think that it's always been a problem trying to drive some of these people away. But she has to be tough. She has to stay focused to do that which is right for our capital, Greater Accra. The Honorable Ajekum, a very nice and a gentleman, soft-spoken. I was not surprised that he got the appointment. He's one person I was really expecting to possibly be made a minister. And so I'm not surprised that his name was mentioned. Yes, we will support him. We will give him all the needed ideas and the needed support so that our country can move forward. A better Ghana will be a better place for all of us. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity.
It's now the turn of Honorable Dominic Napari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the 8th Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking the President for the crop of personalities he's appointing as his ministers. The Speaker, looking at the 8th report involving Honorable Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum, the Minister of State for Special Initiatives, Honorable Linda Ohinewa Akwele Okulu, Minister Designate for Greater Accra, and then Honorable Mr. Kenneth Gilbert Ajay, the Honorable Minister Designate for Works and Housing, indicates that the President is actually in for serious business. Mr. Speaker, looking at Honorable Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum, a colleague in Parliament who has distinguished himself in various ways where he has played his role. For example, Mr. Speaker, he was made the District Chief Executive for Nkranza North, and he played a key role. I remember I was a colleague, also a District Chief Executive in Senate, and his outstanding performance as a District Chief Executive clearly indicates that the appointment as a minister designate for special initiatives, he would perform his duties creditably. Mr. Speaker, not only that, Honorable Ajekum was a minister, a deputy minister for local government in the previous government. And Mr. Speaker, if you see the way he carried his duties, it was really commendable. And as a colleague, we could attest to how smart he was, how intelligent he was in the performance of his role. It is clear Honorable Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum is going to perform. We all know that there's a lot of high youth unemployment rate in the country. And if there's an initiative to employ a lot of youth and train skilled labor to the point of exporting labor to other countries, then it should be commendable. And Mr. Speaker, I think that a personality like Honorable Kojo Ajekum will fit into this to assist the President to actualize this particular dream. Mr. Speaker, he also mentioned about the green transition policy, which the President also intends to initiate. And we know that there has been this issue of climate change and how it affects the environment in the country. We also know this issue of galamsey and how it is having devastating effects for the country. And I think that when we have people like Honorable Ajekun to partner the President to embark on this green transition policy, it will help to bring back the forest covers that we have, in spite of the fact that we have a separate ministry for that. Mr. Speaker, during the vetting, a lot of questions were asked in diverse ways, and one that thrilled me, which I want to mention, is about the Farmers Service Centers and then the Women Development Bank, which the government intends to initiate, and also the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that these are all novel situations that are being brought into the country. And I think that having people to assist the President to actualize his dreams will go a long way to assist us. Mr. Speaker, we also have Honorable Linda Okulu, who was also part of the nominees vetted. And Linda Okulu is one of us, and we all know her, how she's been very serious with her duties and how punctual she is and the way she conducts herself. And we have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that Honorable Linda Okulu will live up to the task in the Greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I will urge our colleagues to approve the nominees of the President to assist in the performance of his duties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Nobody from this side? Yes, my brother, let me hear. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me listen to former Minister for Roads and Highways.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise in full support of the nominees for consideration for ministerial appointment. The first one is Honorable Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum as Minister of State, designated for special initiatives. I had opportunity to watch his vetting, and it is without doubt that he's very much prepared for his ministry. Very humble guy, well composed, and well brought up in all respects to be able to handle this special initiative ministry. The other person is Honorable Linda Ohinewa Akwele Okulu. I was also happy to be at the vetting. Unfortunately, she didn't get opportunity to answer any question. But I must put on record that she came to the vetting with an array of political giants from the various political divides. 2 former regional ministers from the NDC and 2 former regional ministers from the MPP. It shows that he's somebody who can bring people together. And given the region of Greater Accra region, it's important that we have someone who is well placed to bring people together. So without doubt, I expect her to do very well as minister. Honorable Speaker, of particular importance to me is Honorable Kenneth Gilbert Ejay for 2 reasons. First of all, he is going to the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, which many will know that I had the opportunity to serve as minister for 3 years in the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important ministry. At the vetting, I had the opportunity to mention that of the 3 most basic needs of man, which is water, food, and shelter, this ministry alone has responsibility for 2 of them. That should tell us that it is a very important ministry. and for the president to nominate him for that ministry speaks volumes of his capacity and his readiness to serve. He touched on very important issues, especially on rental housing. Mr. Speaker, rental housing is very key as far as the housing market is concerned. I keep on saying that even in the most advanced countries, it's not everybody who can own a home, even in America. And in Ghana, where home ownership is not an easy thing to do, rental housing is something that the government must place a lot of attention on. The Speaker will recall that the previous MPP administration instituted what we call National Rental Assistance Scheme, where this scheme is helping to pay rent advance for low-income earners in our society. As we speak, this scheme has benefited over 2,600 households, low-income households. But it's obvious that a lot of people need this initiative, has to benefit from this initiative. But government couldn't commit a lot of resources given the budgetary constraints. So I had the opportunity to engage the nominee on that, and he assured that he will make sure that he will bring in private sector financing. That will be very innovative, and I look forward to that. Apart from that, he also touched on other issues which demonstrated that he's been well briefed and very well placed to handle this important ministry. So, Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to say that I'm in full support of the three nominees, and I wish them very well in their new endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Francis Asensubuachi. Yes, my brother. No, hold on. What's your name?
Daniel Bisi.
Daniel Bisi. Fine.
Yes.
You can take the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor. I would like to start with the Honorable Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum, the Minister Designate for Special Initiatives. I listened keenly to the vetting yesterday or so of the Minister. And then one important area he touched, which allayed my fears, was on the issue of the Women's Development Bank, and as to whether it will be constituency-based and he says that he will listen to the advice of the President, since he's working directly and reporting to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. I want to add my voice by suggesting that he should put in more effort so that the bank will be decentralized to our various constituencies. At least it will make it accessible to our women rather than all of them running to the central spot where, bureaucracy will kill that dream. I urge him to support this House, since he's a member of this House, on that line, advocating that we need it at our constituencies. I will. Then to my regional minister designate, Honorable Linda Obiniwa Akwele Oklu. I want to express my thanksgiving to the vetting committee for at least appreciating her conduct over the years and then giving her that beautiful reward. But to add, my dear sister, you know the challenges I am facing in my constituency in Sege with the issues of the Songo Lagoon. Once you are approved, please come to our aid. And I am saying this, I'm sure my sister, my leader, Honorable Doyo, is also listening. Then to the Minister Designate for Works, Housing and Water Resources. Please, majority of my main communities are washed off by the sea erosion. Notable among them Aklabanya, Anyamam, Goy, Lolonya. And I'm happy with the answer he gave on funding. He said alternative funding will be looked for. I pray it is not just the words, but it will really be done to allay the fears of my people. Sometimes they go to bed in the next morning, their houses are flooded. I want to believe that this statement from my minister on alternative funding will be adhered to, so that we, the people of Sege, which is a coastal community and a constituency, can go to bed knowing that the next morning we will still be alive. With these few words, I encourage the House to approve the nominees to their respective ministries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to Equiapemnov.
Mr. Speaker, just as other colleagues have stated, I would like to associate myself fully on the recommendation and also urging the House to approve His Excellency the President's nominees, as they've been also duly vetted. However, I would like to also, in furtherance of that, when I take the report, 4.0 speaks of the name Honorable Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum, and then 4.1 says Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum. I'm sure since it's a House of Records, maybe we may have to correct that. Secondly, and much more importantly, he is also to oversee the implementation of the green transition as part of his schedule. So, Speaker, along the line, I'm sure the presidency and that of government may have to also bring clarity as to which of these ministries or appointees who have to oversee this implementation of the green transition. I'm saying this with respect to the fact that if you take the Ministry for Energy, it's now Ministry for Energy and Green Transition. Secondly, you have a Minister of State in charge of special initiatives with a schedule also to oversee the implementation of a green transition. The United Nations Conference of Parties, post-2020, I think at COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh, they designated the Environmental Protection Agency as the focal agency to also implement Ghana's green transition. It was also at this particular conference that Ghana also launched the National Energy Transition Policy. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm bringing this to the attention of the House so that subsequently we can have clarity as to which of these agencies, which of these ministries is properly going to address this transition into this green energy that we're talking about. Else, at a point in time, you may have members filing questions and we may not know which exactly, or which of the agencies or the ministries that we want them to address these matters appropriately. However, I believe that these nominees have distinguished themselves well, and I'll urge the House to also approve them accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Samuel Uku. Yes, I'll take the last person, which is Honorable Fisher J.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate my dear friend, Honorable Linda Okru, and Emmanuel, my own brother Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum, and my brother Kenneth Ejay. Mr. Speaker, I am beyond happy on their appointment as Greater Accra Minister. Mr. Speaker, my own brother, Honorable Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum, is a brother and a friend. We come from the same region. I know him very well. And then I remember when he used to be, yes, very well, because he's my brother. I remember when he used to be a local government, the things that he did over there, that really, very good and helpful. And my friend Linda was my friend and colleague, 7th Parliament. We are all here together, and I know her very well. We share one committee together, a gender committee. So I know her, and I know that she's very capable of doing or becoming a very good minister at the Greater Accra. Mr. Speaker, I am so happy, and I'm beyond happy on the appointment and state in charge of special initiative especially. This is a testament to your head of state in charge of the resetting agenda. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I know very well that your leadership and vision will, without a doubt, bringing about and bringing positive change and growth to you, your respective professional. I am confident that your expertise and passion will inspire and motivate others to work towards common goals. Once again, Right Honorable Speaker, I congratulate my brother, Honorable Ajekum Linda, and my brother, Kenneth Ejay. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Now, leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I start with the Greater Accra Regional Minister Designate. Mr. Speaker, she had the shortest of vetting time, and my understanding is that she has the capacity to come and deliver. Mr. Speaker, in Greater Accra, there are few issues I thought I should bring to a notice. On the 2nd October 2024, the English Alata chief priest was murdered in cold blood. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, one of the issues that caused or is alleged to have caused the murder of this chief priest is because of chieftaincy dispute. Mr. Speaker, in Greater Accra, there are few of such disputes. And my prayer is that the regional minister designate will bring to bear the competencies she's been able to gain over the period, and to as much as possible support the local government minister, local government and chieftaincy minister, resolve most of these problems which are pending. Mr. Speaker, in Greater Accra, we also have a lot of land litigations. Honorable Majority Chief Whip Roxinda Fiamekpo will bear testimony to this. And Mr. Speaker, if a tenure is going to be an exciting one of the things you would have to do as chairperson of RECSEC is also to ensure that an authority is fully invoked on how to deal with matters of land litigation in Greater Accra and land guardism. Mr. Speaker, finally, on the issue of sanitation, most of the municipal and metropolitan and district assemblies will need to have the collaboration of the regional minister to raid the city, especially Accra, raid it off filth and squalor, which we are so overwhelmed with. Mr. Speaker, my prayer is that the Honorable Minister, when fully approved by this venerable House, would be in motion to take care of all these problems I have enumerated. Mr. Speaker, the nominee on Works and Housing and Water Resources. In my constituency, Wejagbawe, we have a major problem with reference to the threat of Ghana Water to pull down structures of people living around the Weja Dam. Mr. Speaker, our prayer is that during yesterday's vetting, we saw is that the minister designate is very calm, very responsive. He showed prowess of a caring person, and our prayer really is that he will show care to the people within the precincts that we have discussed. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Minister of State in charge of special initiatives, he excelled during the vetting. He showed a lot of composure. He also showed that he is a man for the job, and like my senior colleague earlier stated, he showed the features of a utility player. We pray that all these men and women of high repute, when this House gives them the final approval, they would go and show to the Ghanaian people that they are really ready and willing to serve them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable, are you going to speak? Oh, anyway, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion moved by our able chairperson for the vetting committee. Mr. Speaker, I will start from home. Honorable Linda Akwele Oklu, that's the Minister Designate for Greater Accra. Mr. Speaker, she's a woman of few words, but action woman. Nobody should underrate her. She is going to deliver. I have been with her in Greater Accra. She's part of the Women Caucus. And when you speak about action and you bypass Linda Oklu, then you miss your way. Mr. Speaker, this is a woman who is quick to act, but she doesn't talk too much. And these are the people we are looking for, that he will give us what we want, but he won't speak too much. She won't speak too much. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Works and Housing also told us a lot of things that he's coming to do for us. But as my brother from Sege said, we have a lot of problem when it comes to sea erosion. Azizakwe, Kewuno, Pediatokope, all the rest, there is a bigger problem there. So for him, we'll just give him accommodation in Adan, in between Adan and Sege, so that he can focus and work in those areas, so that we will have, those in those areas will have their freedom. Mr. Speaker, Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum spoke about, he is a minister designate for special initiative. Others want to know what initiatives he's going to work on. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama have a lot of initiatives, and he's going to surprise Ghanaians. That's why he has been asked
to come and work on that. So Ghanaians should have hope in these ministers and pray for them. And I know a lot of them, they are not going to talk too much, but they will deliver. So we pray for them so that they can succeed and deliver for Ghanaians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I'll put the question, and the question is all those in favor of the motion listed 11. Yes, I'm putting the question. Honorable members, all those in favor of the motion listed 11 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, it is obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this Honorable House has approved His Excellency the President's nomination of Honorable Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum as Minister of State Designate for Special Initiatives. Honorable Linda Obenewa Akwele Okru as Minister Designate for Greater Accra Region. And Honorable Kenneth Gilbert Ajay as Minister Designate for Works, Housing and Water Resources. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend our congratulations to our colleagues. We pray that they will make us proud. Yes, Honorable Chairman for Appointment Committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm so grateful for the opportunity to, on behalf of Honorable Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum, Honorable Linda Akwele Oklu and Mr. Kenneth Gilbert Ajay to unanimously recommend to the House and the House approving them. Mr. Speaker, I'm so grateful.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me invite you again, Honorable Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I turn to move the motion numbered 8 on page 2 of today's order paper, that notwithstanding the provision of Order 10 4.1 of standing orders which that until at least 2 sitting days elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the adoption of the 7th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers may be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Patrick Boama.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion listed 8 has been moved by the chairman of the committee and seconded by Honorable Patrick Boama. This motion is procedural, so I'll go ahead to put the question. All those in favor of the motion listed 8 in today's order of paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chairman, let's take the substantive motion. Motion 9.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I then take the consequential motion numbered 9 at page 3 of today's order paper, that this Honorable House adopts the 7th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. Right, Honorable Speaker, in doing so, I present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the 7th report of the committee is recommending by consensus the approval of Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi Boa as Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Tia Ibrahim as Minister for Northeast Region, Dr. Frank Amokohini as Minister for Ashanti Region, and Mr. Akamugri Atanga Donatus as Minister for Upper East Region. Mr. Speaker, at the vetting, salient questions were posed to them, answers were respectively provided, and Mr. Speaker, I urge the Hansa Department to capture the 61-page report as having been read, as I proceed to read the conclusion of the report. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Article 78(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Standing Order 217, the committee considered the nominations made by His Excellency the President. The nominees demonstrated competence, knowledge, and expertise on matters relating to their respective ministries. The committee therefore recommends to the House by consensus the adoption of each report and the approval of the nominee. Similarly, by a consensus. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, Honorable Patrick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion for the adoption of the 7th report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for the appointment as ministers for lands and natural resources, the Northeast region, the Ashanti regions, and the Upper East regions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll begin with the regional minister nominees. That we listened to the nominee for the Ashanti region, very eloquent Dr. Mwakohene, a medical doctor. He clearly understood the issues in the region, very affable, and we wish him the very best. On the nominee for Upper East, he distinguished himself at the committee, showing his knowledge of the region, his activism in the NDC party, having served as the longest regional secretary or regional officer in the party from the age of 27 to date. He's still a member of the functional executive of the National Democratic Congress. You could tell around the table that all the MPs from the Upper East were there to lend their support to the nominee, and I believe that his promise to tackle the Zoko to Burkina Road during his tenure will be realized. Thirdly is the nominee for the Northeast region, who was accompanied by our own colleague, former MP for Yabga Kubori, Honorable Tanko, to lend the support of the entire region. We made him to believe that the region is a split region. There are issues there that ought to be addressed, Mr. Speaker, especially the conflict between that belt and the Upper East region. He promised that he would cooperate with his colleague from the Upper East region to mount the necessary surveillance and barriers on that very important corridor to ensure that property and lives are protected. Our own Honorable Kofi Ama Kofi Boa.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I will humbly plead with you, Mr. Speaker, that there are certain matters to be ironed out to ensure some tidiness in respect of my respected colleague who was formerly in leadership, Honorable Ama Kofi Boa. There was a certain understanding of between myself and the chair. I was supposed to see the final report. I wouldn't want to stall the process, but I would plead with you that whilst we make the contributions, we get into, I would engage him to be sure that what we did is what exactly we have here. Because there was, under normal circumstances, upon completion of that exercise, I was supposed to at least see, Mr. Speaker, I hold the torch for my caucus. And all of us here know that beyond this chamber, we have the party that takes decisions. I do not want to be seen as having disobeyed party orders. So I would want us to place that of Honorable Ama Kofi Boa on ice so that we resolve. I'm ready to see to it that we resolve that one so that we would proceed. And I will be sincere with you once I'm satisfied that what was agreed upon is exactly what has been captured. So we take it. I'm not here to stall anybody's approval process, but I must be sure that what has been agreed has been done. In all fairness, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Well, honorable members, hold on. Let Honorable Yabuama finish with the secondment. Then, so Honorable Patrick Boama.
Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude. Subject to the discussions that is ongoing. And ask for the House to adopt the report of the Appointments Committee on the 3 nominees that we don't have issues with. I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House. We will take the contributions subject to the ironing out of the committee. Then afterwards, you will put the question. So, Chairman, have you?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi Boa was vetted, and the following day, there was an indication that our report should be a majority report. And same has been communicated to the clerk of the committee. And indeed, the clerk of the committee has done a majority report. Right, Honorable Speaker, Parliament is a house where we judge and reach a consensus. So, Mr. Speaker, after deliberation, a consensus has been reached. I was informed that there was an issue of remorse based on which the report was agreed to be a majority report. And based on that remorse being shown, it is now unanimously agreed that we should recommend as such to the House for all of them to be unanimously approved by the House. Mr. Speaker, it is in that spirit that I sought your leave to allow me to move the 8th report before coming to the 7th report. This is to enable the indication in the report to be changed to a report of consensus instead of a report of a majority. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not know what really is the difficulty, what again is expected from the nominee, our own colleague, our own former deputy minority leader, deputy majority leader, now a minister designate, to hold a position of lands and natural resources. Mr. Speaker, this was what really happened from the committee's point of view. So, Mr. Speaker, if the indication is that something is supposed to be captured in the report which ought not to be captured, which has not been captured, Mr. Speaker, we are amenable, we are masters of our own rule, we can make those amendments to the report and then proceed to take the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Very well. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when you're dealing with gentlemen, you don't have to sleep with your eyes open. Truly, let me state for the record that the leader of the House, a gentleman as he is, and the chair of the committee, my respected tribesman and brother, the gentleman as he is, indeed, reading the report, the essence of the discussion is properly couched. I have therefore no hesitation at all in going by what has been said. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Honorable Emmanuel Amakofibua made certain comments against His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo when we had the SONA. And the understanding was that indeed it was very, very much in a bad taste. We shouldn't be doing this to our president, and that there must be decorum and proper use of language, especially on ceremonial occasions. And in ceremonial occasions, we need not introduce debate and bring in unnecessary acrimony. He then agreed to retract and apologize, and same has been captured in the record. Having apologized, having retracted, we can't stretch the matter. We're no more going to subject him to a ballot, a secret ballot voting. We have therefore withdrawn the initial intention to proceed by secret ballot and to support the report to be taken through by consensus. Mr. Speaker, that said, I think that it's only fair that we let matters have a peaceful rest. So thank you. And I thank the majority leader and then the first deputy speaker for working around the clock for us to bring peace on this matter. Thank you so much, my respected colleagues.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again. So, honorable members, as I said, the motion is before the House. I will invite two contributors from each side. Two. I'll first and foremost invite Honorable Adams Abdul Salam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the nominees to their various ministries. Mr. Speaker, I think the most sensitive ministry amongst this batch of nominees is the ministry that will be headed by the Honorable Amakofi Bua. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that he is capable of handling a ministry like this, but one of the issues that would confront him is the issue of illegal mining. And Mr. Speaker, the destruction of our water bodies. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, the Ofen River, River Brim, and the River Pra ran through my constituency. And Mr. Speaker, these rivers used to be sources of livelihoods for the communities along, these rivers. Mr. Speaker, these rivers, as we speak, have been heavily decimated. And Mr. Speaker, this senseless destruction of our rivers definitely had to stop. And I'm sure the minister would take the issues of illegal mining and especially mining in our water bodies very seriously so that we can curb the destruction of our water bodies. Mr. Speaker, the Ashanti Regional Minister was by far the star of this vetting. Mr. Speaker, he was composed, and if you take into consideration his age and having been appointed as a regional minister, Mr. Speaker, he was definitely he definitely demonstrated a clear understanding of the region that he's going to head. And Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that came up at the vetting that he said he had no ideas or didn't have full facts that I will be visiting him to discuss with is the construction of the new Edubiase Sports Stadium that has stalled for 8 years. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure together we'll be able to find ways and resources to complete this stadium so that it serves the purposes that it was intended for. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to once again congratulate the nominees and especially the Ashanti Regional Minister. Mr. Speaker, he's only 34. And you would think that regional ministers are reserved for older generation of politicians. And this also reaffirms President Mohammed's commitment to ensuring that he gives younger politicians the opportunity to serve, even as regional ministers. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, a lot of young men in our political space will see Dr. Frank Amoako-Hene and think that their dreams in politics and their aspirations in politics are valid. Mr. Speaker, so I would like to thank the President for believing in young men and women in our party, and I'm sure some of these, we will see more of these appointments in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable John Darko.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on the President's nominee for Minister for Ashanti Region, Upper East and Northeast, and for Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to listen to the nominees when they appeared before the vetting committee. Mr. Speaker, when it came to the ministers for Upper East, Ashanti Region, and the Great Northeast, they answered their questions very nicely. I believe the jury is still out there on whether or not they addressed all the issues. But, Mr. Speaker, when it came to the Honorable Amakofi Bua, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable member, when he was asked about how he was going to handle the Obuasi clashes, Honorable Ama Kufi-Bua prevaricated when he was asked on how he's going to help, especially the military. He's going to order the military to help with the fight against Galamsey. Honorable Ama Kufi-Bua, in my opinion, was very evasive. Mr. Speaker, when he came as to the question on whether he will apologize for his respectful comments towards the president, the former president of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, in my view, the honorable member didn't apologize enough. But leadership has said that the member apologized. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the purpose of vetting, the purpose of Parliament's advice and consent is to ensure that the president's nominees appear candid and they are vetted so that we know the kind of people who are going to the ministries. Mr. Speaker, from the hearing, from the vetting process, Honorable Ama Kufi-Bua, in my view, did not do justice to the question. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that when all is said and done, the proper apology must be given to the former president. And on that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the floor.
Yes. Let me turn to Honorable Simon Awoligo. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to contribute in support of the report that's before this House. On the 4 nominees, the Honorable Emmanuel Kofi Amabua is a long-standing member of this House, a former deputy minority leader, a former deputy majority leader, a member for Elembele. Mr. Speaker, his abilities, his competence is well known in this House. When he appeared before the committee, he expressed himself very well and demonstrated capacity to be able to handle the ministry that he's been assigned to. I have no doubt that he will do a great work. He will handle the land issues that confront our country today. He will handle the mining issues that confront our country today. He's well chosen, and I recommend that this House approves of him. The Minister for the Northeast region, Mr. Atia Ibrahim, acquitted himself very well when he appeared before the vetting committee, the appointments committee, and I am very sure that he will do a very good work. His Excellency President John Mahama has chosen him very well, and he will do very well. But of Mr. Amwakohene, the Minister for Ashanti region, young man, somebody young people can look up to, who did very, very well at the vetting. I am of hope that he will bring change to the region. But of more importance to me is my regional minister, to be, if this House approves him. He is someone who served, as everyone in this House has said, longest as an executive of the NDC. He has excellent knowledge of the region. He has very good interpersonal relationship with the people. I have a very good relationship with him, and I know all the MPs have very good relationship with him, and that was the reason why they were all at his vetting. Mr. Speaker, I know he will solve most of the issues that are in the region, if not all of them. I wish to recommend to this House that the President's nominees are approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me give Shirley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the reports, the 7th report by the Vetting Committee. Mr. Speaker, I would like to first of all congratulate all the nominees But most importantly, I would like to congratulate Honorable Amakofi-Boa. And I was very impressed with the caliber of people that accompanied him to his vetting. Notable amongst them was Nana Kobina Nketia of Esikado Paramountcy, and then other prominent chiefs from the Western region. The message was loud and clear. It showed that the region was solidly behind him, and rightly so, because he's exemplified himself and distinguished himself in all the roles that he's been given, first as Deputy Minister for Energy and then Substantive Minister for Energy. I was keenly following his proposal for decentralizing the licensing regime, one that he thought we need to streamline to include chiefs and other opinion leaders in the community. I think this has given a sense of responsibility to the local people and our traditional rulers who have been yearning for this for a while. I believe that this will help the local people to hold their leaders accountable for their local economy and environment. It will also make it difficult for the local people not to be responsible for illegal mining menace that goes on in their communities. This initiative is novel and innovative and is one that I will be keenly following. On the part of the Ashanti Regional Minister nominee, he is a youth, and I believe that the youth of the country is looking up to him to succeed. It's imperative that he knows that his success will open the door for the other youth in this country. And so we are all rooting and hoping that he succeeds in his new role. There's one thing that I want him to come or bring to bear in his leadership. Ashanti region has a lot of MPP MPs. I pray and urge him to come to his role with an open heart. He should come devoid of partisan considerations. He should make sure that he consults and collaborates so that we can all make Ashanti great. And with that, I believe he also knows the tensions that go on between MMDCs and MPs. I urge the honorable nominee to come with the energy that he claims he campaigned for his party with, and stay focused and try to diffuse some of these tensions. For after all, he should remember that the development of Ashanti is paramount, and he should never negate that fact. With these few words, I congratulate the other nominees and wish them well in their various roles. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. The ladies. So the ladies spoke, and you, the ladies, were saying, yeah. I'll come to you. Anyway, I'm compelled to abandon the list that has been given to me and give it to Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure you it's a very short one. It's just to add my voice to congratulate all the minister designates, but I have to make special mention of the Honorable Minister for Ashanti Region. I followed the after vetting commentaries, and I think the whole of Ghana is on the same page regarding his performance and his ability to hold the Ashanti region. I met him for the first time in 2019 after we successfully won our primaries, and he left a huge impression on me. So I was not surprised at the verdict that came after his vetting. I'm hoping and praying that he will use the same energy, the same temperament, the same level of intelligence to run the Ashanti region, make it a place where everyone can see comfort, and also work together with the MMDCs and the traditional authorities to improve the lot of the people of Ashanti region. I say congratulations to Dr. Frank Amwakuhine, and I say congratulations to all the other
designated ministers. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me now come to leadership. Leadership, yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the report. Mr. Speaker, this report, by consensus, is inviting this plenary to adopt the report and to enable the nominees take their oath to start work. Mr. Speaker, so far this House has done well in expediting the approval process. We are waiting on Mr. President to also ensure that the rest of the nominees are brought for us to consider. Is delaying. There are members who are very anxious to be nominated. Mr. Speaker, so far we have seen fewer women being considered. We still have very senior members who are female on the side of the majority. Mr. Speaker, Hajia Ladi Ayamba, we have not heard her name yet. Honorable Senator Ajiman Rollins, the founder's daughter, the founder's daughter is yet to be mentioned. Honorable Adongo, his name is yet to be mentioned. Honorable Ramadan, his name is yet to be mentioned. Speaker, the respected professor from Esikado, Mr. Speaker, she is a prominent surgeon into this chamber. We are here to hear her name, Professor Grace Ayensu. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Bejira, a very senior member from the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, is the president being discriminatory? Without. We know he's not. But we are reminding Mr. President that we have great talent in this house. We have great talents that are yet to be considered. Mr. Speaker, are we just the minority just counted the majority? Without our numbers, you won't be able to take this motion. No, we are just reminding you that you have a lot of empty seats. We have counted you. You need ours to add up. So after all, what has become of your mighty, your super majority? This is your so-called super majority. What shall it benefit an NDC super majority when in critical moments its super majority will rely on the minority? So on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, it is clear that the super majority would have to rely on the mighty minority. Mr. Speaker, we will support them with our mighty minority. We will support you because you need to form your government. Mr. Speaker, the beauty of our democracy is when we are bold to concede when we realize we've erred. Honorable Ama Kofi Boah has earned my respect. We all slip. We all make mistakes. in our public commentary, sometimes when we see the party full soldiers, we want to prove to them that we are the champions. Sometimes we don't want to be ourselves. We don't want to be the gentlemen and ladies that we've trained ourselves to be. We want to please our base. In the process, there are things that we do that when we reflect, realize that no, this one is not the man I am. So I'm happy that my respected colleague has rendered an unqualified apology to His Excellency, the former president. We wish him well. He previously served as a minister of energy. We know his track record in public service. The other nominees, especially my colleague from Greater Accra, she came with a whole support base from both MPP and NDC. So it tells us that she is able to cross the aisle to get support from the other side. This afternoon, some media houses were criticizing the Parliament for not vetting, not asking her questions. And you know, what is our defense? Our defense is that we know her as our colleague. We believe that we don't necessarily need to take her through another grilling because we know she can deliver. So, Mr. Speaker, without more, let me add my voice one more time to the call on the chair of the committee for us as a plenary to approve this report by consensus. I so submit and rest my case. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, leader of the minority side. The mighty minority. Honorable members, I'll put the question. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favor of the motion listed.
Mr. Speaker, do they acknowledge? Let me do a little politics. It's part of it. Mr. Speaker, do they acknowledge that as their numbers stand now, without us, Mr. Speaker, do they acknowledge that with all the empty seats, without us, they cannot pass this? Do they acknowledge?
Honorable members, please let me put my question.
Please put your question.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favor of the motion listed 9 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable members, this House has therefore approved His Excellency the President nomination of Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kufibua as Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources. Honorable Tia Ibrahim as Minister Designate for Northeast Region. Dr. Frank Amoakohene as Minister Designate for Ashanti Region. And Honorable Akamugri Atanga Donatus as Minister Designate for Upper East Region. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend our congratulations to the newly approved ministers of state. We wish them well. Chairman.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We have the order paper addendum. If it is the pleasure of the House, then we take the item numbered 1.
Honorable Chairman, I think we haven't laid.
Presentation of papers.
Oh, okay.
That's the laying.
Okay. Yes, table.
9th report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nominations for appointment as ministers.
Yes, honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, they can only lay the report. They don't have the numbers to proceed further. They can only lay.
The report has been laid.
Yes.
And they are to be distributed to honorable members.
They should make sure every member gets a copy.
Mr. Speaker, he should remember that now we have electronic copies. It will be on the screen.
Mr. Speaker, now the majority leader is dealing with semantics. It is not there. We don't have the electronic copy. They are now distributing. So that should be made known. Yes.
The pressure of the House now. Can we suspend for some few minutes?
We will adjourn to tomorrow morning.
We shall adjourn.
Yes, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Honorable members, the pressure of the House is to adjourn the House to tomorrow. Is it 10 or 12? To tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Midday.
Tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, the House stands adjourned.
Thank you.